I think we're just going to have to jump into the session. In the outward movement of our senses, we revel in a range of tastes. Many very fine, some we know to perhaps be a little base. They all have one thing in common, these enjoyments that we partake. They all need something from outside to fill a need we find inside. And when fully satisfied in the deep contentment when we reside, that we feel was delivered by a tasty dish that our senses savored. That was the error that I spied. Oh, no, that's not it, I say. When the Borealis, having moved into the forest to the north of Goodmead in search of the truth behind Speaker Kendrick's death, have found themselves sitting beside two Verbeeg named Doug and Gug, and their ogre friend named Og. It appeared to be that Og was inflicted with rabies after having eaten a skunk he found in a bag while he was unsupervised, where they normally met with Speaker Kendrick. The sad news of Kendrick's passing weighed heavily on the Verbeegs, and even heavier on Og, who, once healed from the grips of his disease by Lucy, was seen to have unwittingly killed him in the throes of his descent into madness. Now the decision sits before the group. Will the people of Goodmead accept Og's plea of innocence and attempts at reparations, or will they even believe him? That's what we return to tonight, once again, in IceWind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. Session 22, Icebound Bones.
Didn't we also find a fountain?
I'm getting there, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Icebound?
Icebound. Inside the main cavern of the Verbeeg's home, and just outside of the reaches of the biting cold, standing around the room with the braying of Doug's goats and sheeps to the side, you all stand closer to the massive bonfire he is using to roast a large chunk of meat that seems to have been long forgotten at this point. The conversation has led to many potential answers. Should Og turn himself in and suffer the consequences while the Verbeeg remain innocent? Or should they all simply leave their home and venture into the harsh winter and never-ending night as they seek a new place of refuge? There also sits the mostly toppled statue of Sylvanus, frozen into the pond that seems to be granting the water immense restorative properties when thawed, though the winter itself seems to be fighting to keep it chilled. It is now 11 a.m. on the 13th day of Hammer.
Sorry, what was the time, I mean? Sorry.
11 a.m., 13th day of Hammer. Not the 13th hour on the 11th day of Hammer.
Just say things to confuse people on purpose.
Yep. I felt every single one of those stairs. It's okay. Now, Borealis. Having tucked just inside, the conversation continues with Doug and Gug having waited patiently for your assistance.
I think I was in the cavern with Doug and Gug, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, everyone had kind of transitioned into the icy cavern.
Yeah,
but
I think
also
gone. Tanzin went over there.
But we have now all transitioned to the main area just to make sure that everyone's in the same spot right now.
Okay. My throat's like really scratchy today. I don't remember what I was talking about.
Well, I brought your bear back to life, so
Yeah!
You guys were discussing what to do with Og. It's literally where we left off, and they are not sure what to do. Their instinct is to just leave.
Well, we have an inn. If you want to stay there. I don't know if you can take the goats along.
The goats have to come, says Doug.
Well, do you still have the backpack that the skunk came in?
Everyone would kind of turn to look at Og. Yes.
Could I take a look?
I guess. And he would stumble on into the back room where the casks of mead are being kept and come out with what looks to be a very tattered and destroyed bag with parts ripped out of it. And he would hand this somewhat sodden, gooey lump to you, bits of the skunk still in there. It smells fantastic.
Smells like a skunk. I'm gonna look for any signs of ownership on the bag.
Roll a investigation check, please.
Why? Why's it gotta be investigation?
It's almost like you're looking for something.
13.
Okay. If you had some way to put this thing back together, you're pretty sure you could make out a name. But where you would normally look for things, it just does not quite fit. You can't make out a single word.
Well, I'm just gonna wrap it up and put it in my backpack. But like in like a bag. To deal with that later.
Put the backpack in a bag, then your backpack.
Yeah. Anything to kind of, I don't know. I don't have bending, so I can't fix it. At least he's not very good at puzzles, so.
And what about the rest of you? Are you all sitting, staring at the bonfire, not sure what to do?
if I casted Identify on the bag, would that give a different result?
Identify tells you magical components and the way that if any spells constructed the bag, not ownership of it, unfortunately.
Then I'm probably just gonna be like, with Mimi.
If this whole conversation is going to take a while, Yuale is going to use the last of her components and cast Find Familiar to get her owl back.
Okay,
that
so
it?
you
Is that 10 minutes or an hour?
It's an hour. That's why I said if we're gonna be spending like a long time here, she would start like that process.
I don't know if we'll be here an hour.
Okay.
I'm just saying that for your sake, so you don't lose the spell slot.
I'd lose it anyway because I can only cast it once a day as a anyway, but then I guess Uwale would just be listening to the conversation and thinking about the implications if they just leave and the issue remains unsolved. So she's kind of contemplating the scenarios in front of them.
and does she have anything to say, or just thinking silently to herself?
Well, she'll wait till like Lucy finishes inspecting the bags and like kind
That's
of
already done. So
Okay. So I feel like we should address the fact that even if you all leave and go to a new place, there's quite a bit of damage done already, and I'm worried that you could never ever come back to this place as a result of this if we don't resolve it in like almost with you. Like, I don't know, Lucy, you know the town people a lot better than I do. I just don't want this to be like a gaping hole that just festers, you know?
I agree. There's more to this than what we know. But we don't have enough information to prove anybody innocent. Except for the Verbeeks.
we haven't done nothing.
Exactly. That's what innocent means.
Do you think the townspeople listen to reason? Or do you think they're too caught up in the moment of it, seeing red and all that?
I think we could convince them. The very good tale. That's true.
I agree. I think if we explained what happened, they might understand. But they also might. Justice is a funny thing here. Oak's got a lot of strikes against him. I mean, maybe he could put in some service to the people, but the wound's a rather fresh one right now. But if we can understand why this actually happened, the story might be different. We're missing something. I'm not very good at putting puzzles together, and I like hold up the bag of tattered.
I'm gonna use prestidigitation to clean it a little bit. I want to see if any of, where she's like, I don't know, this is a puzzle. She just wants to like clean some of the grime off and see if there's anything underneath that would have been more clear.
Very quickly, pulling up. How does your prestidigitation look? It's not just hand wave and it gets cleaner.
Prestidigitation kind of is like a puff of dark, almost like oily residue that then kind of shines away.
Gotta get it dirtier before it gets cleaner. I love it.
As the grime literally drips off, seeming to collect on the ground. While it is significantly cleaner, does not reveal any additional information.
It's just a backpack. It's not like a type of backpack.
It is a backpack.
Okay.
Still torn to shreds.
Well, I mean, if we wanted to spend some time here, I do have my sewing supplies, so I could try and sew it back together.
Now, Astra, you've been rather quiet. I'm wondering where you are in the room.
Well, I'm always quiet, so slightly moot point. But we kept some of that water, right? Like, we've realized that some of it has melted a bit.
But when I tried to put it in the container, it lost all of its magical power.
But there's still some
now
that's, like, melted. I don't want it in a container. I will sit there and drink it from the ground itself.
There
Sort
is
of
a
thing.
rapidly freezing hole, yes, back in another room.
I want to try and drink some of this water.
Okay. So while this
thirsty.
conversation is going on, you just fade into the back, running through a back chamber. And you're there. The slightly chilled air still blowing through the area.
I will take my tinderbox and I'll light a fire. I'll see if I can get a little bit of it melted.
It's got about a half-inch thick sheet of ice, even over the thawed spot from before. Breaking it up, there's about a quarter cup of water sitting there, just in a shallow divot on the ground. You just tuck in and sip it up.
Yep.
Okay. As the water touches your lips, I would like you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I didn't think I'd be rolling. Okay, let's see. That's a 6.
Okay. Almost as the water touches your lips, you feel a massive spike of pain radiating from in between your ears. You take 14 points of psychic damage, which you are resistant.
Oh, I say, wait, I have resistance!
As a massive headache just kind of thuds into place. But pushing through, you continue to drink. And that headache thudding slowly subsides. And then you can feel the film around your consciousness that has slowly expanded, slowly and unknowingly, to manipulating your personality. And you can feel something coming out of your ear.
Oh.
Reaching up, you can feel something moving. Small tendrils coming out and dropping onto the ground beside you. Within seconds, it is frozen to the ground and is completely inert. You no longer have your indefinite madness. And you have now realized those weren't your thoughts.
Okay, that... Okay. What does it look like? What do the tendrils look like? Do I, like... Would Astra recognize it at all, or...?
The closest thing you could say is it's cephalopedic. Looks like a small cuttlefish. With a bulbous section that very tumor-esque.
Those are some good healing properties. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Cool. Great. We're just gonna leave that there as evidence for whatever and go back to the group.
Wonderful. It's about that time that everyone's finished talking up to the point I called you in. There is one thing, though, I would like everyone to roll a perception check.
Ooh.
Group perception. So
Yeah, 18.
19.
Not
7.
great. 14.
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
75%.
Jolith, can you please describe the sound being made by Oculus at this moment?
You all see there's what seems to be like a light coming around like the corner of the cave that just gets a little bit brighter. And as it turns, you see a familiar little flying drone.
Oh.
And you see kind of like there's like a little hum of noise, but mostly it comes in and kind of like turns the corner, looks, and it's got little manipulators on the front, so it's got just these little 3-pronged hands, and it looks kind of like the front has like that dial and then the glowing gem in the center, where that dial has writing all around it, but it also turns, and then the iris refocuses, kind of does like a blink, looks around, and then zips her back around the corner.
I look back and forth at everyone else. I'm like,
Is it coming from which entrance? Like where the Mama Verbeeg came from or where we came from?
From where the Mama Verbeeg, where Gug came from. Now, walking up this path, it has been a solid 9 hours trek through this heavy, wet, snow-laden space. And you are coming to a singular point following a large set of tracks. And you are almost assaulted with the vision of a mammoth skull that has frozen partially into the ground, being backlit by a small cavern up upon a hill. You're tired, but you see it as Oculus comes swirling back down to you.
I reach up and I kind of I reach up and he lands on my hand and he just kind of chirps a little. It's like, oh, thank God. At least they're in here. And I'll continue inside. And then what you all see, or at least coming around the corner. Let me see here. If you want to all look in ice cold lore. You see a figure come in, It's frosted in this armor. It's frosted over with just a tiny bit of layer of frost, but it's this big, heavy looking armor. Unlike the photo that you'll see in there, it's got a little bit more. There's more clockwork and gears on it, but you definitely notice these bands of glowing arcane energy in different areas. As comes around, this helmet turns and it's looks around. Oh, and because why not? The voice is kind of metallic and a little distorted. It's like, oh, good. I found you all. Oh, good to see my tracking skills aren't as rusty.
Immediately as you come around the corner, the Verbeegs, having not seen the small drone come in, jump up and start grabbing for soup ladles and chair legs as this metal man has now started walking inside.
Lucy joins them and cautiously stands between them and Mr. Robot Man.
That's when Oculus kind of comes back around, looks and zips right up to Lucy, and it's just kind of
And just as a reminder, Oculus is no longer in his previous state of a giant, bulky sphere spider.
No,
he's
he's
now
back.
slimmed down.
Yeah, he's back in the original shell that I first animated him in. It's been updated a little bit. There's a bit more arcane writing on it, and again, some similar sort of that purple arcane glow coming about it. That's what. Right. Kind of hits the side of his head. And it shifts up, and you see Jolith with a bit with a nice kind of couple. Well, it's been essentially about a week, so a good weeks and a bit worth of stubble on his face. As a hey everyone, looks at the Verbeegs Fred.
Sorry, he's a friend of ours. Put the soup ladle down, Doug. Right.
Oh, that's a soup ladle. I thought that was a club.
If you hit hard enough, what's the difference?
Yeah. Oh, he comes in. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, it's good to see everyone again. Oh, been a while. Well, not that long.
Been a week, I think.
Lucy just hugs him.
It's and
Probably
you.
two.
Yeah, it just comes in, just oh.
Took you too long.
I wave Astra and Tanzan over.
Oh, well, honestly, I'm actually kind of
Or Punk.
this is no offense to you all. I thought I would be gone a bit longer. But apparently I reached the end of the resources available to me rather quickly.
Big spender, huh?
Well, mostly intellectual resources. No offense. Copper is a wonderful baker. You should try his pound cakes one day. They are actually very delicious. And I'm sure his alchemical knowledge far surpasses my own. But
Is it a heavy cake or a flat cake?
it's a
Like
rather large pound. It's a rather large, thick loaf. Almost a thick bread, but sweeter.
Oh.
So while we've been out here roughing it, you've been living it up.
I have been enjoying the life of reading late and eating pound cakes to my fill. Yes.
So you're back here. Why?
Well, I, as I said, the end of the resources available to me were reached, and we seem to come across a lot more out in the field. So
And I've been sending in birds. So
yes, a few of them. There was a few nights I woke up with a tapping at my window.
just the
And-
raven straight up.
Yeah. I swore one of them said to me "nevermore," but it was so I didn't understand. I didn't know if that was you or not. But no. I apologize when you did come to Bryn Shander. And I was deep into some study, and of course, the only thing that Copper can be on time for is his pound cakes. So sorry.
Wait, so how did you find us exactly?
Uh, Copper told me that you'd be heading out this way for the funeral. And when I arrived in town, I spoke with Olivessa.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, and she told me I told her that I was an acquaintance, and that I've been looking for you, and she pointed me in your direction. But
Delightful. Maybe a little bit worrying, but delightful.
well,
Did
it's
you happen to see anyone else on your trek out here? Like a group of well-armed hunters?
Did I?
When you passed through town, they were being delayedly prepared. They were upset about having to wait so long, but some crucial supplies had gone missing.
Apparently, yes. There was a group who was preparing when I left, but some supplies went missing. I don't know.
Snowshoe.
Strange.
What a shame.
I take it. I take it we're adopting another cause.
Oh. Oh well, you see, this ogre Kilkendrick, that he was suffering from rabies at the time, which you might not know is a disease of the mind. But he's all right now. But and then she like holds out this bag that smells like skunk, but is very clean. Because
No
I
matter
don't believe
how much
prestidigitation gets rid of skunk.
There are some things even magic can't do. Some smells, some scars.
Long story short, he kind of ate a skunk that was in this bag, and then like the Kendrick would like give him stuff that was in this bag, and I just think it's rather strange, but it's all torn apart. So
Oh, interesting. Well,
hold it to you.
Almost like a bit of the half mask kind of comes up over his face, just like, oh, this is lovely. Can I put it down? I'd rather please.
You
You're gonna-
have a way
you're-
to mend it.
Oh.
I was really hoping you'd just hold on to it for the rest of the time.
Oh.
Oh, put it
Great.
down.
Back to 5 it's like back to 5 minutes already. Just
Skunk never comes out.
No, it doesn't. But no. Well. So I take it we need to convince somehow the city that our friend here. What was your name?
Og.
Oh,
As Og would come down and like he's been scratching his head and like kind of chewing on his fingers a little bit, nervously waiting, because he had agreed to follow you guys in and take his comeuppance and try his best, but it was more of the Doug and Gug, the two Verbi that were not wanting to see their friend put to death and thought maybe it's best just to go and abandoned their attempt at a home. But Og would come down and like partially go to shake your hand, but ogre hands would like even over your armor just kind of completely smother it.
Yeah, the gears kind of grind just a little bit as like it kind of keeps up, but like they're sturdy.
Hello.
Good evening. Hello. I am Jolith.
Jolith.
Yes. Excellent. Your pronunciation's quite.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. So. What's the plan?
Prove his innocence. I don't know if that's possible. That's what I'd like to try to do.
I could try and persuade the people.
I mean, that it sounds like we're. I mean, we've done this before. We dealt with a deer who actually killed people on purpose. We could totally defend a Ogue who, not in his right mind, accidentally killed some folks.
I think it's worth attempting.
Yes.
We can all witness that, Lucy cured him of the rabies, so we can honestly say that it's... And all can honestly say he wouldn't have done it otherwise.
What's been your relationship with the town prior to this?
It's Lucy's hometown.
Well, right, yeah, it is. So, I guess, right, yes, this is... hello, Astra. It's nice to see you again. You're looking well.
I feel so much better.
What's on your ears?
Yeah, a little thin trickle.
Are you
That's
alright?
kind of frozen and matted into the skin.
I am fantastic. This is the best I've felt since... Well... since getting here.
I'm glad you're feeling well, but
Usually blood coming out of the ear is a bad sign.
she's gonna kind of just walk over and like sort of reach very slowly to wipe it away.
Well, I thought to save the water skins, I would, take advantage of the resources we had. And the worst that could happen would be it's poison water or something else. But, I think it did something good.
Did you keep the squidsicle?
Yeah.
You think it's worth a try?
I mean, it's gonna hurt like a bitch at first, probably well, maybe, I don't know. But you might feel better after. I didn't even know this was in me. This is disgusting. So now I want all of you to drink it. If we all got parasites, we all gotta...
Wait, that's... Are you showing us the parasite?
What?
I'll poke it.
I reach out a glove to kind of like, may I take a look?
You poke it and it's mostly solid because it's frozen the fuck together.
Does it look familiar?
You could do an Arcana check to see if
would.
you can identify it from your arcane lores.
I will.
May I assist him? As we're all huddled around this little popsicle?
Yeah, you can give him advantage.
Good. Well, the second roll was a 1, but the first roll was a total of 25.
This is a type of premature illithid.
Fucking.
I look at it and then like I'm immediately like
Lucy's very slowly reaching for it.
I shut the glove. I shut like the gloved hand completely. Astra.
I just want to lick it a little bit.
No.
Are you sure? Like a
I'm
little
like,
squid?
I actually, I charge a firebolt and just incinerate the squid in my glove.
You know, you're right.
Astra,
Cooked squid is better.
that pain in your head, you feel as if your mind is set ablaze for just the briefest of moments. And then you realize it's just reactionary. It's nothing. But you can feel that burning a little bit still.
Oh.
Do I? It's like I kind of look, Astra. This was an illithid tadpole.
Oh, sounds just as bad as what I've got.
What is that?
Arguably as bad, if not maybe worse. Do any of you know what an illithid is?
Do I know what an illithid is?
Do.
In the Underdark, you would know what aberrations are, and some aberrations are referred to as illithids. But you've never had the luck to meet one.
They, where they come from, it's been guessed at, but they are creatures of immense, full-grown ones are creatures of immense psychic energy and ability. With their favored food is brain. And I mean humanoid, fresh brain. If you encounter an actual illithid, it will do its utmost to grab your head, pierce your skull from the back, and slurp your brain out.
So you're saying that thing was trying to eat Astra?
In this case, this was trying to become Astra.
That's exactly like my situation.
Yes,
Except
exactly.
you got
Illithid
lucky
don't
and got a-
reproduce the way most humanoids do. They infect their host with a tadpole that slowly grows inside your brain until one day it bursts from your skull, replacing your brain with the head of an illithid.
And the head looks like a big version of that.
The head looks like essentially, rather smooth, bald head with tentacles for a face.
Right.
And Astro, where did you do? You know what? We didn't come across an illithid at any point.
That's what I'm aware of.
Just the freaky baby thing in the cave.
Freaky
Not
baby
this-
thing in the cave?
In the mine,
Oh.
you mean the thing we
Oh,
fought?
that. Are those related to illithid?
Which creepy baby thing are you referring to?
The
The one that was on the.
that I scared and eat. They ate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to eat
No.
all the monsters. Doesn't work.
That was not an illithid.
You can't be Kirby, Lucy. You can't be Kirby.
Just watch.
I look at my glove and I let like the ashes kind of fall to the
There's
ground.
still a significant chunk of it, just due to the freezing and
Right.
thawing and burning.
I'm kind of like, all right. I cup both my hands together and just kind of continue, just kind of like that. Just kind of until I will incinerate this thing until it is gone.
With your
Squishing
hands,
out my
yeah.
baby illithid. There's enough like syllables in illithid for it to work.
But I walk over to Astra and I kind of just put a hand on her shoulder. It's like, how are you feeling now?
I mean, I think there was a bit of residual connection, but I'm fine. I think maybe it went after me because I have this is not an insult. This is not me putting anyone down, but I do have the best mental skills, and I mean that in a speciality sort of way.
You were literally the only person I've ever met who can communicate through minds, so...
Yes, and frankly, that wouldn't surprise me if it was attracted to you because of your latent psychic abilities. Do you know where you are? Do you have an idea of where you encounter? Like, you think you encountered it somewhere in the caves, in the mine?
Maybe?
Was it while we were away?
You were alone for a while. Astra, it is important. If you encountered an actual illithid, then we need to warn that. Then we need to warn Tourmaline that there are illithids in their midst.
Yeah, that could be extremely dangerous.
It would be catastrophic.
All right, just relax.
I'm so there's like kind of like Joe look at it, just like sorry, just getting kind of warm, just kind of getting into the adventure again. Sorry. but sorry, I like take my hand off her shoulder. It's like, if you can think, do you think there's an immediate danger to Tourmaline?
I wouldn't assume that there's an immediate. We took care of the danger, the bigger one, the more prominent one. And maybe because of compulsion and other things, but I did find something in the cave, and Tansin, don't give me that look. But
it was a
Fine.
something, not a. It wasn't a creature. It was an object.
It was a pretty rock that glows.
Would I know what that means in terms of no?
Can I see it?
Do you have it on you still?
It kind of is obnoxiously bright, so I have to like triple layer it. But I think it's been boosting my mental prowess, because my distance was never that big before, but I can go pretty far with all of you now. I don't know if you noticed.
I'm not really... I don't understand how it's even supposed to work in the first place.
I don't either.
Can we see the stone?
Are you going to take it away from me?
I won't take it away from you.
I think we've
Cross my
learned
heart.
not to take things from each other that
No.
may or may not be cursed.
Because I think that madness is gone now. But
I'm hoping so, and I'm hoping that the danger is past. But
it wasn't that bad. I just got a little bitchy, that's all.
Joel is just kind of just like
Can I remind you what's in Uwale that's actually like warping her body to the like
Hey,
be fair,
reach this
it hasn't tried to kill us yet.
I know, but what's interesting is that Uwale at least has some form of connection with the thing, and seems to be in relative symbiosis. This thing had no interest in symbiosis and was going to pop your skull like an eggshell and hatch.
Sten wouldn't have let that happen.
It's pretty vivid.
That no offense to Sten, I don't think he would have had much of a say in the matter. None of us would have. And one morning, we would all wake up. Well, if we woke up, we would wake up to see squid-faced Astra coming for our skulls.
That
I
would
wonder
be
if I
pretty
can
cool
turn
though.
into a squid.
That'd be pretty cool though.
Oh, now I'm gonna have nightmares about squid.
Well, just eat it.
Well, yeah, no.
If you have nightmares about squid, just eat the nightmare.
Or just don't dream. Just don't dream.
God, I really hope we never encounter an illithid. Oh.
I did! It's dead! It's dead! It's dead.
Okay.
I
But let's
dealt
look
with
at this shiny rock, okay?
If
I want to
you
see
don't-
it.
You don't mind.
As you produce the stone, Astra, it's about the size of a golf ball. and it juts out with octagonal growths in every direction. And even as it sits there, it slightly levitates and drops down into her hand, slowly turning.
Well, I haven't
What
prepared
color is
any
it?
of my investigative
Purple.
skill spells, so I can't do anything about it right now.
Does this look familiar to me at all?
Oh, it looks very familiar to a number of you. The same color, having seen struck across the sky.
Can I cast
It-
detect magic on it?
You can, and it is very magic.
Okay.
Wait, this was...
In the meteor. And I take out my.
Yeah. Yours, while a little bit more translucent, does match the same color.
This is what fell from the sky.
And this one had an... Oh,
Although I'm not psychic or whatever from touching this.
well, apparently the one you found didn't have a psychic worm in it. Apparently, it's a bit of a crapshoot. What you get? Gorgeous little
I like
script and
mine.
gorgeous Grimstander stone, terrifying brainworm.
I hold it up to the firelight and let it kind of do its thing.
Og is definitely staring, as well as the Verbeegs, who have been somewhat moving around in the background, preparing bags, because they're still not sure if they're having to leave or not. They're just getting ready either way.
Does my axe do anything weird? When I move it closer, but not touch it, just closer.
Stop asking that question.
You
Just
lift
stop.
it over. By the way, Jolith, Nightmare has changed. Nightmare, having been a hand axe prior with nice gilded inlay, has now become this wickedly deformed, splintered, crystalline axe that is now twice the size it was before.
It's
With
like,
a black shimmer, it's a blackened growth steel with a translucent iridescent shimmer as it goes through. And do you touch it?
No, I just put it near. I don't touch it.
as like you kind of say, it's like, would it affect Nightmare? Joel is looking at the crystal, kind of like, I don't really see how your curse stacks. Oh my gods!
Yeah.
I think we learned our lesson.
It's
about
always been like
protecting
this.
Nightmare against strange rocks.
I look at Astra.
No, Tanzit. No.
I'm not gonna touch it. Like, I just...
It's always been like this.
Yeah, my axes always looked like this.
That's emotional manipulation.
I don't know if
No.
you're gaslighting us or yourself.
Yeah.
I think
Kind of-
it's a bit of
It's
both.
fine.
I turned to
Why don't you take a bath?
I turned to Oculus. Maybe I should have stated Brinchander.
While you're looking at the rock, I'm gonna go take a drink from the spring to see if maybe we can solve another problem.
Tamsin, I think maybe we should all go together. I like
To what?
Astra's idea.
So we're
I
All
don't
of
like
us.
that idea.
You know what?
Don't wanna
It
do
had. It brought the bear back to life. It really can't be bad.
No, I'm not dead. See, I'm fine.
But you're possessed by a cursed axe, and I was a host for a cursed crystal. So, like, if we can, like, purge all this shit.
You almost killed Jolith.
Yeah.
He's fine. Look at him.
He's fine now. I still have my bear, by the way. My spirit bear. It's just gonna grab her.
Mimi!
No. I just look Mimi in the eye.
Roll opposed handle animal.
Opposed handle animal? What is that? Just a straight?
I think we both roll and then see who rolls higher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, shit.
Well, I rolled an 11.
I rolled a 16 plus 6. So 24.
Mimi sticks very close to
20.
you.
3? No, 22. I can do math.
Tenzin, Mimi sticks very close to you, but is still staring at the spirit bear that has just gulped you.
There's
but
just this
doesn't seem to be threatening.
galactic, this like, it looks like a blue galaxy bear. It's just chilling. We're gonna walk you over to the fountain.
I'm gonna be like that annoying toddler. It's like, I don't want to take a bath.
Well,
As we walk, I explained to Jolith exactly what we're talking about, so we don't seem like we're just a bunch of crazy lunatics trying to take a bath in the middle of a never-ending winter.
Alrighty,
specific-
so
yeah.
I'll quickly describe it for you, Jolith.
All right.
You see, walking into this chamber, a half-buried statue of a naked man covered with naught but a fig leaf. An arm pointed up, but sadly, he has been fallen sideways in this pool that has been frozen over.
It's a rather adequately sized fig leaf.
Upon investigation, it was seen that this was a stone statue created to represent Sylvanus, the god of wild nature. And that it blesses any water that it touches to have great restorative properties, but it is limited to once per life.
Once per life. Oh, interesting. Huh. Fascinating.
We'll probably need
and
to
that-
heat it up a little bit.
There's that little shallow divot that Astra drank from that is now completely frozen over
You shape water to liquefy it.
and just floating in a small bubble,
Fucking
still
magic.
connected by a stream.
So, who goes first?
Some of us had to work for that water.
I just start putting the water into Tanzin's mouth.
No.
Hold her arms! Hold her arms!
Form like a little magic spray bottle. Just
So, Tanzin, are you willingly drinking?
Mostly just want to see if I can just get my axe in the water if something happens with my axe. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with me, but the axe.
Okay, you come up and you start splashing your axe in the water, kind of like trying to somewhat get it out, and it's coming up to your face, and you're not drinking, but you're like, splish, 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 and it just spreads the water everywhere onto the ground. It trickles down your axe. Nothing changes.
Stop! Just less. Less.
It's water. It's water. You were on an ocean, on a ship. It's just a less salty version
but
of
I'm
that.
gonna freeze out there if I'm soaked.
Then just let it go in your mouth.
Just-
Go,
Can I put it in a cup and drink it from a cup?
Nope.
Actually, I
won't
don't
work.
think it works that way.
So
Ah.
Shoving it into
scoop
you.
some out of. So I'll drink the water.
Alrighty.
Remember when, like, campaign 1, like, they took, like, a fucking
I know.
charm spell for Percy? Sorry.
So,
That's all I
you,
can think of right now.
Tanzin, you go through and kind of bubble up the water, and as soon as it's out of Lucy's spell, it again is just water in your hand. And you go and drink it. It's chilly. But it is probably the best water you've drank in a very, very long time.
Yeah, it's just water, guys.
Maybe it
Nope.
has to be still touching him, like in the basin.
how did you drink the water? Did you just lean in and do you
Well, I
like
did-
face it?
Well, I had to, kind of And then I had to put the fire over it to like melt it because yeah, it's pretty much ice. But yeah, then I just went face first because it looks pretty clean and sanitary. This isn't a bog or anything, so I just went. And then the thing came out right over there. If you can see the little splotchy area of like the.
Oh,
Look.
lovely.
Will you make a small stream? Smaller. So I'm not gonna drown.
Little water.
Kind of like sulkily glares at everyone.
Little
I
schoolyard.
literally make a little water fountain.
She's like,
You go through and you drink your fill. Nothing.
it's just water. And now I could never use this water.
Well, maybe it only held a miracle for one person, perhaps.
Or
And a bear.
one and a bear.
Does anybody else want to try?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
I make
Well,
the little
can-
water fountain for you.
Maybe.
Can we actually have it touching him though? I think I'm gonna try just sticking my head in like Astra did.
It's literally like just a stream coming out.
Yeah, it's still going.
still
up.
attached, but it's just kind of
okay.
like a.
Okay.
So she'll get like to the base of where the 2 points connect and just drink up.
You hear in the back of your mind,
Oh no.
"Mmm, that's tasty."
Good soup.
Mm. And you can
Yarba likes it.
going through. You can feel it, kind of the chilled water going through your now
Funky ass
unique
digestive system.
digestive system, and yeah, everything's fine.
See? We're all good.
Nobody here feels like they've just gotten like 8 hours of rest in like a minute.
Feels like I've
Just-
had some really good water.
Yeah, just some good
Alright.
water.
Then I will not drink any.
Hey, we all did.
Do I look cursed?
Who knows? Did Astra look cursed?
He was kind of acting a little weird. Not gonna lie.
I mean,
I think fair is fair.
I just look at Jolith.
It's like, I just got here, and
Well, fair is fair.
I mean, sure.
Bottoms up.
But I feel one thing is like I feel like this is not an objection to drinking the water. It's just an objection to drinking the water at this time if it does have healing properties, because then I wasted it on myself.
Are we ever gonna make this trek back up this mountain?
Fair enough.
And also, I'm pretty good at healing people.
You are. Well, all right. Well, bottoms up.
So, Lucy, did you still have a point of exhaustion?
No,
Okay.
we rested. Although I do have 65 hit points instead of 70.
Unfortunately, those hit points do not recover, but you feel significantly rested.
Like, refresh all of my spells rested. God damn it.
Unfortunately, no. I double checked. Just
All I want.
And Jolith, do you join in as well?
Sure. Why not? I'll
You know,
take a drink.
all of that fatigue from having force marched through the snow,
This is
all
true.
that built up lactic acid, gone in a second. This is the
Sick.
world's best sports drink.
Mm. Is that lime? Limeade? No.
What does slime taste like?
Lime? It's very sweet and bitter at the same time. Sour.
Yeah, it's kind of like a
Sweet and sour.
lemon, but it's a little bit more
It's
sour.
green. It's like a lemon but greener.
Lucy continues to look puzzled.
Oh, Joe, if we have discovered that Lucy really just hates vegetables in general, so it wouldn't surprise me if she hasn't tried much fruits. Because that's what a lime and lemon is, they're fruits.
I
Interesting.
I grew up in snow. It's not very warm here.
No, that makes sense.
I haven't seen a lot of warmer fruits.
I know, I'm just teasing you that you don't like your vegetables.
I don't. It's just extra roughage. No one needs it.
It depends.
Well-
It depends on the. Anyway,
Should we actually try to decide what we're gonna do?
I think we're going to go to the village, and I'm going to talk to the people and convince them that they should not hunt and pursue.
Should we hide? Oak?
Until after? Probably.
Og is definitely trying to fit himself in the cavern, but he's not as skinny
is
as
this a
Doug.
is this
So-
a situation? Is this a situation where we need to, like with what was the deer's name again? What did we call the elk? That was
The moose?
The moose? Jerry!
Moose we call Jerry.
Jerry. So this is gonna be say should we? I don't know. Will the townsfolk shoot first and not ask questions? If we bring Og in, or is this like a situation with Jerry where we bring him in?
I don't think we should bring him in. There's a lot of hurt still probably lingering. We should probably explain the situation before going in and bringing, hey, look, this person hurt a person that you care about into a village.
The only thing is what if they brought, like, by bringing the wine back, if they came with us and we're with them and they're like a safe enough distance away, we could at least try to explain things, because I feel like if we leave them here and the hunters do leave before we get back to town, they could still be very much at risk of being hurt.
Well, we bring them, but we leave them on the edge of town for a bit with a
Yeah.
guard.
As long as we're between them and where they're supposed to go, there's not a lot of trails to follow.
I just don't want them to like go off on their own or stay here if they might still be in danger. That was only my method line of
Yeah.
thinking.
No, I agree, but they can't really leave the goats too terribly long.
So do we just bring Og with us?
Yeah, I
I
think if we
think
just
that-
bring Og.
He's already agreed to go, so I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we have an owl bear. I don't think the townspeople are going to argue with us very much if we ask them very nicely to not.
And I mean, if they get uppity, I need to test out this new suit anyway.
Lucy just looks at you very hard.
This is Lucy's hometown.
Right, sorry. My bad.
So Tanzan, I agree you are the charismatic one, but wingman maybe to help with Lucy, because I feel like she knows her people best.
I agree.
You know what? I agree.
I think it should be a team effort too. But Lucy definitely at the forefront. You managed to get us into this. I think you're the best spokesperson. You know?
And I mean,
And we're here for you, so it's
exactly.
Okay.
And then we track down Shanderfroth.
And
Oop.
I hit him.
What if Astra, if you wouldn't mind, while we're talking to the townsfolk, you find him,
that'd be
See
a
if
good
he's-
idea.
see if he's missing any equipment.
He would still be out working, because I went to find him earlier. I went to go find his stuff.
We've traveled for a long. Maybe by the time we get back, 'cause it's a long walk. He might be back.
Who is this?
Oh.
We'll fill you in on the walk back.
He's like a technically a wanted murderer who might become the next Speaker of Goodmead if we don't do anything.
It's complicated.
But I mean, I don't want to judge a man just because he's an Icewind Dale and a murderer, because that's a very large population in Icewind Dale. So
Having a boss like Nerith is probably really sketch and not okay, though, so that's where I'm coming from.
Nerith does have questionable associates, yes.
Don't
So-
worry, Joe. We'll explain all of it.
Oh, fair enough. I as kind of we're kind of getting ready. I'll go back. Because I've still got I've still got the gem. I go to Astra. If he wanted to make sure that you still have this, you did find it. If I may, when we have some time, if you would let me look at it a little bit closer. I just want to just when we have more time and a better location.
That's fair. I just like that I have long distance ways of keeping track of everybody now. That's what I'm enjoying, not gonna lie.
And I'm just hoping that it's very on track with Illithid that they would have such a crystal or power to enhance their own their own psychic abilities. I'm hoping that the tadpole was only a one-time thing and not somehow some weird, freaky from beyond the stars. Every time you use it, a tadpole grows in your brain.
I would say beyond the stars, I was gonna be like, there are technically two of us that are. But you finish the sentence.
Count. There's like a
Sorry,
weird
I'll be right
tadpole
back.
thing in the group.
There's a
if you
lot of
realize.
things. There's a lot of things beyond the in the astral sea that's just
Mhm.
mind-boggling. They say if you even stare long enough, you just go mad. But anyway, I'm glad that you are safe, and I'm very curious.
Did you just come back because you ran out of money?
No, not at all.
Insight check.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
All of us listening to this conversation from a distance, like,
You don't even have to do much of an insight check. It's just like, I mean, he was a little worried. There wasn't a lot of stable income. Like he was a little worried.
my passive
Yeah.
insight is 16, so
Yeah, it's fine. My deception is nothing. So, yeah. It's not like he was destitute, but he was definitely worried. But it's not the only reason.
Sure, Joe.
One's
You could just say you
reasons can
missed
be
us.
multifaceted. Yes, I obviously I missed
I don't
you.
know if Joe missed me too much.
I miss you when you are not trying to murder me because of a cursed axe. Tenzin, when you are not murderous, is a pleasant, if not verbose.
Well, I don't know if we can be that good of friends anymore, Joe. She kind of teases, but also is like super worried now because she's like of Shadis.
Oh, Shadows.
Oh, Shadis the Great,
The daring.
the daring, the great and daring.
Well, heading back to town.
Sounds good. Shall we go?
I'm ready.
Og would still be sitting there, poking his head out the side. Do I follow?
yes.
You're coming with us. And we're coming with
Then-
you. Together.
Yes. And then when we reach nearer to town, I think we'll have you stay just at the edge of town till one of us fetches you with new good news or news to flee. Which of the two?
And what about us? Doug would say from another cavern.
We'll tell them to leave you alone. And if that changes, we'll come and get you.
All right. What about the mead?
Oh, we're taking that.
How?
You say you were fixing the cart.
It
You
will
did
take
say
some
that.
time. Who's pulling? Og?
Mimi, we can maybe get pulling.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I was saying you.
It's because my roommate was both talking to me and then there was someone at the door.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Can we take Mimi?
I'm like,
Yeah.
I can ask her, but I need to rest because I'm mostly out of spells. Like, I'm...
Here, I got this. And I will mind link with Mimi and ask her. Try to be like, pull, convey, ask kindly if she would help us pull the cart.
She would nod and still not quite sure what pulling the cart entails, but waits, and it doesn't take too terribly long. A couple of things happen. Some of the goat is offered to you guys. That's on the spigot, if you're hungry. As Gug is sitting there, her romantic evening of meeting with her bae somewhat come to a sad, premature end. And she is fiddling with something in her basket. While Doug is rapidly fixing the wagon and loading up the 3 of the 4 mead barrels, because he was told he could keep one. They are perfectly triangular pieces of metal, all completely uniform shape and untarnished. There's about 75 of them sitting in Gug's basket.
Hey, Gog,
Yes?
may I ask what that is? The I don't know what to
Oh.
call it.
And she like pulls it back a little bit. This was my present for Doug.
Oh,
I found these out in the wastes.
what are they?
And she picks them up. They're little triangles.
Oh, they're very cool.
I thought maybe he could make them into nails.
Oh, that's a good idea.
They look like finely machined, perfectly punched out, intricately interlocking pieces. And she just kind of runs her fingers through them and just they spill out.
Have you tried to push them together?
No. She takes 2 big handfuls and just like tries pushing them as hard as she can together. And you can hear like the scratching and bending of this immense musculature force. And as she lets go, the pieces just all fall down in the exact same shape. They're very strong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are very. I see why you think they make good nails.
Mm,
May I
Can
see
I-
one?
as long
I
as I
also
have
actually-
it back.
Of course.
And she just hands a bunch of them out because you guys are all waiting.
Lucy starts like turning them into like a little like funky ass art piece. She's just
As you do that, you can see that there's an almost minuscule angle to these corners so that when they fit up, they don't make a completely straight sheet. They are forming a curve.
I also will start to add the pieces when I see the line form on Lucy's. Dualia will start putting the pieces that have been handed to her, like interconnectedly as well.
The
not
thing
good at
is,
puzzles. Immediately tries to solve one.
they don't hold. So it's kind of just like putting pieces of metal against one another. So you start running out of fingers, even with your very weird bending over to hold like 7 of these pieces together. And it's forming somewhat of a shallow dish.
Does this, or are there any other markings? Are there scrawlings? They're just these triangular pieces.
Just these triangular pieces.
I bite one.
I
It's
was
hard.
thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's metal. Tastes like metal.
It's a
What kind of metal does it taste like?
It's not copper, that's for sure.
Do I know? Would I know what kind of metal it is, and if it has like maybe arcane properties, or is this just some madman's puzzle?
It
Ahoy!
really seems to be some madman's puzzle. You are looking to see what it is. It's definitely a type of steel.
Hmm.
But it is not taking any stain or marking. A few of the oils do like collect on it and have this bluish sheen. Like a bluish green sheen, but then it's completely wiped away. Yeah, you stick your hand on it and like leaves a bunch of oils from your hand.
Bug, where in the woods did you say you found it?
Oh, by the spine,
Oh.
just
That's-
north of the forests, along the Redway. Let me just double check that name. Pretty sure it's the Redway.
The Red Waters?
Isn't
No, I'm thinking the Red Run, which is the name of the river.
Yeah.
that sounding? Because like I'm trying to remember some like information we got like a while ago about a meteorite impact.
That would
Is that sounding like
Yeah.
the same area?
Mm-hmm.
You are right. Yep.
How much do those kegs usually go for? Of wine, of mead.
That's the soft, echoing silence of.
Doug, we're taking all of the barrels, or are we already leaving them one?
Yeah, I think we're leaving them one for the mead.
Yes. How much, Doug? If we were able to leave you another barrel of mead,
You see,
Hmm.
we can't. We need them. That's why we came here.
they would just take payment for it.
That's not what we need them for. This is really funny. You're gonna laugh. We're going to we're going to prison.
What?
Like I said, we'd explain all on the way because there's a lot that's happened in a kind of a short time span.
Well, apparently we need to discuss a little bit of this now because I'm just saying.
We're going to give it to the people it represents so we can get inside and get a
Yeah,
flying
ship.
boat.
You mean you were going to get in to Revel's End to get a?
There's a
Me-
lot.
We met a man made of stone. He has wings.
It's for a very good cause. just
It's for my
for a very
brother.
good reason.
Mhm.
Is Doug, would I perhaps be able to take some of these from you? They are very interesting.
Doug is currently fixing the.
Oh no, who am I talking? Oh, sorry, who am I talking?
Gug.
Gug.
It's these are Gug's presents to Doug.
Mhm.
These are Gug's presents to Doug.
The mead was supposed to be Doug's present to Gug, but
Right.
These are horrible.
These are so confusing. I keep writing down the wrong name.
Or
Do
at the
you
very least,
have something nicer?
I
I'm gonna reach into my medicine pouch and pull out a few seeds. I might. Would you like to see a magic trick?
I would.
And I like cast Druidcraft on the seeds to kind of grow them into like a kind of bouquet of flowers.
She is very excited to see some very woodland magic and like reaches down.
They're all like whatever chamomile is made out of.
Daisies,
Thank you.
Camillus. She looks at them. In her fingers, they're like tiny little specks. And she's like, that was very pretty. And then hands you back the flowers.
Oh. And I like get up on my like tippy toes and I like work some of the flowers into her hair.
She feels like the prettiest princess.
do you by chance need do you use a fire to prepare anything, or do you use fire for your food?
Everyone always just stares at the giant bonfire that is cooking the goat. Yes.
How about I trade you? And he'll reach into his he's got like on his suit. There's like a pouch on the side. Opens it up, sticks his hand in, and I pull out two how many? I pull out how many? Oh, oh yeah, I got pulls out 2 oil flasks. It's like, in case you need to more easily light the fire at some point, I could give you 2 flasks of oil for, say, maybe a couple handfuls of these uh, uh, triangles.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage from Lucy, buttering
Oh.
her up.
Alrighty, persuasion with advantage. Well, that's a charisma 0, so here we go, folks.
Guidance.
Yeah, guidance is. Oh, actually, what do I roll with guidance?
A D4.
A D4. Well, thankfully, I rolled a 17 plus 2, 19.
And she like goes and adjusts her hair a little bit. It has the flowers in it. And goes, your handfuls, not mine.
That is absolutely fair. And I give her the 2 flasks of oil.
Puts them in her little basket. And she hands you 15 of these triangles.
All right. Interesting.
And then she goes over and sprinkles 5 into Lucy's hand.
Oh.
There's still like another solid 50 of them in this basket.
I like fit them together to make a little person.
Add a custom.
And I'll give my 5 to Jolith.
Oh, thank you. Well, metal triangle.
What a thing to add to your inventory.
I know, right? Well, I guess with that, shall we be on our way? And
Doug, see, I'm doing it now too. Finish loading up the cart with the 3 barrels of mead fastened very securely.
How long does it take, and would it count as a short rest?
I will say that you guys can take a short rest in the repairing period.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bless you.
And with that, setting up Mimi to haul the cart, it is going to take quite a while, even heading straight back to town. It's going to take another 5 hours. So by the time you guys arrive, it will be 7 p.m. Or sorry, 11, 12. It'll be 5 p.m.
So that 11, 12 to, sorry, 7, so 7 hours?
6 hours, 5 hours for the travel, and the 1 hour rest.
Okay. If I wild shape into something, what's the CR of a horse?
Very small.
Oh no, I could just be an
Axbeak?
Axbeak. If I'm an Axbeak and I help, does that make us go faster?
Not terribly.
Does it shave off like any time?
Not really, because the difficulty of not bringing all of the axe beaks was that the forest isn't necessarily built for travel. You might be able to squeeze a single one through, and that's most of the time, even though you guys are heading straight back, is bushwhacking it through the forest.
Okay. I will not wild shape that. I just wanted to check.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
Am I still riding Mimi?
It would be very difficult for her if you're riding her as well, done in the kind of makeshift harness. But walking beside her would be easy enough, as well as riding on the wagon.
I'll just walk beside.
Okay. Og walks immediately behind the cart and is being used as a lot of the muscle to push things up the hill so that Mimi doesn't get too tired. But passing by the clearing that you had all traveled through, the body parts strewn about, Og would stop and not really enter the clearing. I should stay here or follow.
I think he should wait here.
A little worried it's a bit exposed. But I can stay
But-
with Gog if you'd like.
Astra,
Og's-
can you
sorry.
stay connected with Yuale over a long distance?
We have 60 feet. So not that great of a distance. Until I level up.
All right. How about this, Yuale? If you're in danger or something's happening, you could shoot up a fire arrow and we'd see the flare. It's pretty dark all the time.
Yeah, that I can do. Or I might just cast a spell, like the really loud one that rings the bell.
Yeah. Anything to just make sure that he's safe while we go.
Og would nod and listen as he kind of stays back at the edge of the clearing, and he kind of travels more towards a collection of rocks that he nestles down beside and kind of huddles. You guys spend the last half hour of the trip coming back with mead, and you're almost just at the edge of the town before you see this crew of 30 militia starting to just leave.
I center myself.
They all kind of stop as they see movement in the distance, mostly seeing Mimi, the, owlbear, wandering up, and then lights of all of you traveling beside. It takes a moment for them to realize, but they recognize the barrels, and almost as excitedly as they did cheer before, it is redoubled so. And you can hear the militia, who were not necessarily excited to go fight this terrible beast in the cold winter night, to see that the mead that they sought has been returned. But you can hear the chatter of, they did it. That group of travelers with Lucy, they killed the Verbeeg. They took revenge. Ugh. And that's kind of welling up in this crew as you guys approach, and they are coming up to shake every single one of your hands and pat you on the back. So you have to tell us how you felled such a great creature.
Slow down there a little bit. We haven't killed anything.
One of the leaders of the militia. What do you mean?
I mean, we haven't found anybody truly responsible for the death of Kendrick.
We found him beaten and stabbed. And he was chasing after the Verbeeg for
And
having stolen the mead.
I'm telling you that we haven't found anybody who's actually responsible for his death. We haven't killed them yet. Now, why don't you and all your men go take a break? Nobody needs to get all armored up and bloody today. I gesture towards the mead hall.
A number of them are more than willing to accept, yep, problem solved, and are already starting to turn around. But a small group of about 7 or so are, no, we need to go in and make sure that the woods are safe around town.
We've done that. They're safe.
You've checked the entire town? The whole perimeter? You said you couldn't find anything.
You aren't listening. You're just pretending you're listening.
Tamsin would move behind Lucy's shoulder and just kind of put her axe in both hands and just kind of growl a little bit.
I love her. What we did was get the mage back, which is good. And we're still trying to find the truth of what happened here. But nothing from these woods is about to crawl out and attack you unless it's coming from Dogan's Hole, so.
Now, the way that you are phrasing this, Lucy, with the you can either roll a persuasion check or an intimidation check to have them drop it?
It's definitely persuasion. Not
Okay.
trying to scare these people.
Because unfortunately, Tanzin, your axe gripping thing would only give advantage on intimidation.
It was like almost a 20, and then it wasn't. 14. Guidance? No, I'm just kidding.
The militia captain does not seem completely dissuade, but then stares at you and
I take out my spear and just lean on it like a staff. Look him in the eye. Because I know he knows what this is.
yeah. And he comes up and like claps you on the arm a little bit, just kind of.
Just give him a look. Don't touch me.
He does that and says, "Your people have done a lot for us. I guess I should trust more." It's better than delving into the woods at this time.
That it is.
And he not riles up, turns around, rounds up the others. Well, I guess drinks are on them tonight. And then they go to like start pulling the cart in, and then they're very much not wanting to touch Mimi.
We'll take care of it.
All right. And you route them.
Once they're like far enough away, she just like
Well done.
The problem has to seem to resolved itself.
not yet. This is only a half measure. We also still need all these barrels, so
Okay, so
I mean,
yes, the plan that we all discussed on the way back.
I totally forgot that in my memory we didn't give them any barrels, like the verbeeks. So it was like thought we had 4 and we have 3, and I just don't want us to have any less than 3. Ah!
So
You
just
bargained for
for the sake of Aaron's knowledge, what did we discuss on the way back? In terms of plan?
I just love you discovering things piece by piece, honestly. I think it's so funny.
It's like, yes, the plan. Yes. Yes.
So while we were at Bryn Shandar and you were ignoring us being rude because for whatever reason we couldn't find you, Mr. Ed, I went to talk to my contact because I went in to see, I'm keeping an eye on my, long lost brother whom I thought has been dead for how many years. I checked in on him and he was being attacked and basically looks dead for where he is. I don't know that. I haven't dared check in, / we don't have Moonlight to check in. So I asked if there's a way to get up to where the area, which is in the sea of moving ice, place is. Bellador took...
Scully.
Yes, Scully. Thank you. Basically put me in contact with this gargoyle. I almost said Goliath because I just keep having Goliath on the mind. That's not... But we have to pay his fines because the ship got taken, but we have to get up to Revelstoke, so we need to find a way to pay the fine so we can use the flying ship to go fly over to see if my brother's actually alive or not. And if my brother is dead, then I have no purpose in this world anymore. So. And also we have to find out things for my organization because of Nerith being shady as fuck. Which related back to Chandrifroth. There's just a lot of threads we have to keep chasing. But the reason why we want the meat is because it goes for a lot of money. And it can help pay off the fines, so we get a flying ship to go check in on my brother.
Right. Money, fines. How are we gonna... How did the prison fit into this?
Oh, it's kind of impounded there. The ship, I mean.
Okay, so we're paying his fines,
Yes.
so then we can pick it up from the prison. We're not actually. Okay, you had me worried. Like, oh, we're gonna get ourselves imprisoned in Revel's End and steal a ship. Okay, thank God.
Well,
No.
no one would ever say that's an option.
We didn't joke. We didn't joke about turning you in. What? Nope.
No. Okay, well, maybe somebody did, and it wasn't me.
That's just hurtful. That's hurtful.
But
But now we need to figure out if this man,
Chanderfrost.
Chanderfrost.
Chanderfrost. There's too many names. We need to figure out if Chanderfrost is like a problem.
Right, because for this town, the speaker is between Chanderfroth and
Ulvesa.
Olvesa, and we'd prefer
Olves.
Olvesa, but the town, obviously you would prefer Olvesa, but the town seems to prefer Chanderfroth.
Because of the logger background, and he's been worming his way and like casually seeing who he can.
But he's only been here like a few months, so it's just weird. Normally it takes a very long time to warm up to anybody. Ever. Trust me.
That does seem strange. Well, all right. So then we're investigating. You're wanting to investigate Chanderfroth right now? Or...
He's out working because he's a logger. I went to. This is a conversation happening in the private. I don't want no one listening to this. I would like to just maybe state that for.
You immediately start screaming it inside your mind.
Yes.
Sorry, privately between all of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh,
We should go-
I assume this is a conversation that we're having on like the travel back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is mostly exposition for Aaron's sake.
Yeah. Okay. But that's why we're doing all this. And then... So if we go fast forward to we should go get Uale. We should arrest some of you.
I think I'd like to keep an eye on all of the folks in the lodge.
That's fair.
And maybe try and figure out this
I can
backpack.
I can go retrieve Uale if some of you want to get other things done.
Just want to sleep.
I mean, that should be probably a priority as well as finding a place to lodge.
Oh, we have a place, don't worry.
Oh.
You're never gonna believe it. It's Kendrick's old house.
Right.
It's empty. No one's using it.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. And all right, nope, never mind. This is your town. This is your place. This is fine.
It's not my town.
Oh, it's your town.
Just shakes her head. You know what? You have spent long enough wandering about. Everybody else has had a chance to hang out in the meat hall, and you haven't yet. So maybe you can come and join me in the meat hall while everybody else does their investigating.
Well, I mean, I won't say no to staying out of the cold, so.
All right, it's cold.
Although this suit is actually an excellent insulator. I'm not going to lie.
All right. So, who is informing Uale?
I'll go.
Okay. So, that is Lucy and Jolith heading into the meat hall. Tanzin is what? Immediately dropping off the meat outside of the meat hall and then going to bed?
Me and her will probably take it back to the house because we don't want to drop it off at the meat hall. And she's just gonna put as best she can, just like put it onto their cart and try to like cover it with like a tarp.
Oh,
Yep.
they froze. They froze.
I think we've disconnected now.
Oh,
These barrels are 600 pounds.
Oh, there we go.
Wait.
that's all I got was
God,
like the
God, bring me
600
back.
pounds. I don't
Damn.
what.
Cam, I don't understand. We need context.
At least he was smiling. In the end,
Oh.
he was smiling.
They're 600 pounds.
Everyone summon. We
Tanzan
must
dies
summon Cam
of
back.
exhaustion.
Summon him from beyond.
I am returned.
Aha! Huzzah.
But yes, they're 600 pounds. That's last I literally saw was everyone freezing after I said that. It's like, oh damn, did everyone forget?
So I'm not gonna move them onto the
Not
other cart.
by yourself.
Definitely not. At all. So I'm just gonna throw a tarp over the second cart now that we have, because we've got our sleigh and now a cart.
This cart
so-
does not travel super great through the snow.
I think tarping it's a good idea though for now.
Yeah.
I mean, it...
And Astra, you sneak back the half hour and alert Uale and Og. Uale, nothing transpired in the clearing, but Og was definitely muttering to himself quite a bit about what he should do. And once Astra comes and lets you all know that everything's fine, Og is moving to come with you guys back to town.
He can just go back to the cave and hang with Doug and O. These are freaking hard names. Gosh almighty.
Gug, ugh, og.
Okay.
And Bar.
You are welcome to go back to be the third wheel of the other two.
Third wheel, or are they just in a weird poly relationship? We can't judge.
I don't
Or is
know.
it 4 wheels? Who knows?
How else do you get the cart to move? Og has to say he's sorry.
I think sorry might have to just come at a slightly different time. It doesn't mean you're automatically are in the clear and are forgiven, but I think there's more underlying in the situation, and so does Lucy. So, to not make you the scapegoat in this whole thing, once we can give the town the answers, then we can maybe get everybody together for an apology.
So, Og should wait how long?
Oak should wait with the other two. I'm sorry, I'm a duck and the goats and the bear, and we can send a little messenger. It'll probably be like a little bird, and it will tell you.
Roll a persuasion check.
Come on, Astra.
Fuck!
Oh no.
That's a 2.
Og will wait here.
Well, you know, Astra, maybe I'll just wait with Og. Same principle apply. Keep him company? Do you want some company, Og?
No.
Are you sure it's so cold out here?
He would walk over to the pile of stones and like start grabbing them and lifting them up over top his head and just building himself a small little spot that he kind of nestles into. Oh, we'll wait.
Okay.
As he kind
Try.
of sits there, knees up. Wait till it's time.
Do you need food or a tarp? I left all this stuff back at the place because I can't carry much.
He reaches over and literally grabs like a bunch of moss and dirt and just.
That works too. Okay, so time limit on this. Good. Thanks. Great motivation. Great motivation. The hunters weren't coming. At least they put everything away. Lucy got them talked down. So
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better about leaving him here by himself.
maybe if Mimi decides to do a walkabout again, Mimi can check in on him.
Aye. Makes sense. What are we doing exactly? Is Lucy just getting ready to talk to everybody?
Oh, she did talk to everybody. It was a quick talk. So, we're gonna head back. We're gonna try and find stuff on Shander. See what we can dig up, and then I guess we can revisit this conversation. Maybe in the morning?
Where do we even start, though? Because you said you checked his belongings.
He's out working. He is out logging right now with the crew, so I'd have to find out where they are. We'd have to maybe go see that way, but that would also mean trying to sneak and do all this other stuff. We should probably talk about this with the others. I'm not too sure where to take it. But
Maybe I'll just start sewing the bag back together then.
that could work. But let's head back, and I think Tanzin will probably be back at the place. She's pretty tired. I'm pretty sure Lucy's going to want to show off the mead hall to Jolith. And Jolith just doesn't like being cold. So that's probably where he will be too.
Aye, that makes sense. I mean, Lucy's pretty proud of her little town.
He's also good.
All right, you two, having watched Og nestle himself into the rock, turn yourselves back to town. And just before we return to Lucy and Jolith,
Back to business.
nature scenes, small bits of bees buzzing, flowers growing in the windows, and the stone pillars are actually carved in the shapes of dinosaurs, wyverns, and large reptiles.
Interesting.
Stepping inside, you would hear, well, actually outside, you would hear the drone still of the bees within the hives. And walking inside, drinks are being served from the bar, but all of the plants inside are being slightly supported by the reflective lights of lanterns glowing and fires burning up top. And every single plant is the healthiest plant you've ever seen. the healthiest plant you've seen in Icewind Dale. No, the healthiest plants you've ever seen. Growing thick and bushy, and significantly larger than some people might have seen a few days before. But people are taking drinks as mead is being served plentifully. There are a number of bees buzzing in the hives that are just set in the middle of the room, collecting different nectar from flowers, but they do not seem to bother a single person. And if they do, people are very careful to shoo them away.
Well,
Welcome to Good Means Meat Hall.
well, this is absolutely fascinating. Huh. It's like having... Huh. How are the plants so well maintained?
It's a mystery. You'll never know.
I see. Well, I would assume that maybe a local druid circle would have some...
Blood sacrifices.
Just like I look over the old man, it's like, all right. Some guy just like drinking. Good.
I mean,
Good.
some places are just magical by nature.
Well, it's impressive that it's they're maintaining despite of the cold outside. But wow, it was a beautiful place.
Would you like to have a drink?
I would love one.
I'm gonna like scan the crowd. Do I see anyone that matches the description of Shander?
No one. You would recognize a couple of the loggers, but there's the same loggers that you have run into during the funeral practice.
And there's anybody in here that like I am friends with?
Not close friends with. They're busily working at this time.
At 9 p.m.?
At 7? Or sorry, at 5 p.m.?
Okay, yeah, 5 p.m. makes sense. I thought it was later. I was
No,
like,
not quite. It's quite sparse. Only about a half dozen people in here besides the bartender. Not including you. And as you mentioned, would you like a drink? It's absolutely. The bartender can clearly hear you from 40 paces and is already going through, picking up a small keg and pouring in a couple pints of mead, passing out a few stubby horns.
While we're doing this, Oculus kind of starts floating away and starts floating towards like the hives, and it's just kind of like moving and starts moving like with the bees. Starts like following one as it goes to a flower, and it picks like one bee to follow. And it's just
Starts learning a little bit of the waggle dances.
Yeah.
Now, just as a quick question,
oh,
Oculus
look, he's
is
making
flying.
friends.
Is Oculus flying with propellers?
No, it's magical, kind of just floating.
Propulsion? Wonderful.
Yeah, magical propulsion.
Otherwise, a few
poor
bees are going to
bees.
get...
Yeah, there's a slight hum to. There's like a slight hum that comes with it, but aside from that,
Oh, he's making friends.
I think he prefers that form. It allows him mobility and flexibility. There was one of the days that I was studying. He tried to when he was still in the larger form, he tried to get a good look at one of Copper's timepieces up on his shelf, and he had to pay for a new shelf.
Well, the Starson's a little bit more dexterous.
Ah, yes. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. It was far too ambitious and far too conspicuous to try to keep him in such a large body.
Never stop thinking big.
Well,
She like knocked on
as
his leg.
yeah, so just like speaking of conspicuous, of course, I had to do something with the leftover material.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm quite enjoying this. It's rather sturdy. It's a lot more comfortable too.
It looks dirty.
Yes, although actually I could probably use a bit of a stretch. And he like he taps like the front of the chest, and it just kind of like pops out, splits open, and then like the legs pop out and split to the side, and he can just kind of like hop out. So it's just, like power armor.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's like the initiate, the scout power armor guys.
Yeah, it's not like the suit isn't necessarily like as bulky as power armor, but it's still like it's enough that like it's still like a suit inside, and he just kind of like steps out, and he's in like he's actually in like lighter clothing underneath, not like a full, kind of like a little bit of a jumpsuit with like a bit of a jacket. And it's just
Well, that's awfully convenient.
it is. It's wonderful. It's works. And I mean, what's better is that it actually integrates, and he like points to like his prosthetic. It integrates directly with my prosthesis, so that only I can use it. Anyone else trying to step into that thing wouldn't be able to operate it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So no one will ever steal your stuff.
Well, here's hoping. If they do, well, they're in for a nice little surprise when the self-destruct goes off. Looks around, just like pointedly. Like one guy that was like listening in looks pointedly. No.
That would be something to see, honestly.
No. But I figured too this would actually let me well, hopefully keep me a little more durable and on my feet, and yes, it's been good. Got a
How
little
far?
bit of it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying some of the design I did get actually even from Oculus.
Mhm.
Some very interesting bits of technology buried in there, but anyway.
I don't know anything about that, but that's really
no worries.
fascinating.
Yes.
Did you have you gotten very far with the sunstone?
Unfortunately, and he kind of like as he's like sits down and like the drinks. He's kind of. Unfortunately, that was the issues that, as I said, Kappa, brilliant alchemist and quite a decent baker, but it seemed that Macredius kept most of his research notes to himself and didn't leave much behind, aside from what I could grab. So I spend most of my time trying to find something. But I did find an interesting article, actually, an interesting tidbit, a mention of netherite, but and he brings out like a sketch that he made of like the picture that was included, and essentially like what you see is this structure has it's like inset along like some other like city, like what looks like a city. It's what looks like a massive version of the summer star. But when you look at the scale compared to like the buildings in this picture, it looks at least to be like 3 or 4 city blocks large.
That's enormous.
Yes. From what the only mention in the article said that this is a structure called Mythalar. Mythalar.
Oh.
Both.
Yeah. Mythala, if
The ancient city.
ancient city.
Aye. Lucy takes her star thing out, sets it enough to kind of give a projection onto the table, and she points to a little circle of stars. Not unlike the one on the front of my cover here. Do you see how there's the circle here?
Yes.
Well, right now, if you looked in the actual sky, it'd be empty. It's been a been a few weeks, but there's a story about a city that fell many, many, many years ago. I don't remember all the details, but it's there. I'd have to go think it through.
The city was called Mythala.
Yes,
That was the name of the city. Or...
I can't remember if it was a city or a god. That's the thing about these legends, about these constellations. There's many different stories about them, but this one is always connected to that one.
Where did you hear this story?
In my training,
In your training.
I'm a circle. I study the stars. I don't have a bunch of star charts on me because that's a waste of space, but the sky is filled with stories and legends.
Interest. So is the story passed through your circle? Of
Many
this.
circles. It's like saying a constellation story is passed through anything. Many people look at the stars and many people create stories.
Do you, is there one in maybe your circle that might know a bit more?
I likely my mentor, although Cam.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my backstory on this computer, but I know that it's in there. I know that you're on my laptop. I'm sorry. Or I could roll a knowledge check. I don't know. It's up to you, Cam.
You'll just have to wait. Unfortunately.
Do you think it'd be possible to? Damn it! Oh no, we've got.
Well, if you want to walk back to Neverwinter, that's.
Is that?
I was.
Oh, that's where your circle is.
Yeah, I was trained. There. That's why I was there.
Oh, I had assumed that your training had begun here.
No. There aren't a lot of people who teach magic here. It's... I mean, you've seen what people say when they see people throwing magic.
No, that's fair.
Kind of thing.
That's fair. So you studied under a master in Neverwinter.
I studied under my mentor. Not in Neverwinter, in the woods outside. It was a whole kind of cooperative of druids.
Oh, enclave. Oh. Interesting.
No.
Interesting. Damn. So, but no, this is. Thank you. Actually, this is interesting. City god, and then looks down.
Oh, Cam's got his finger up.
Yeah, took me a moment to pull stuff up. Lucy, you're thinking of Mistra's star.
I'm thinking about Myth Dranar, actually. In Belnimbra's belt. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yep.
I was like, there's a myth. It's MYTH. It has to do with something. No. That's okay.
Well, it's high in the north sky, and an awesome circle of large, bright stars, and the other darkness between them is also referred to as Mistra's floating castle of night.
Mm-hmm.
Is what
But
you're thinking.
I was thinking about Belnimbra's belt. That it was related. It's like a string of stars that were said to have turned red during the fall of the legendary myth Draenor, which was an ancient elven city that fell. And Corellian was very sad about it.
Ooh.
That's about it. There's more to it, but super, super basic. But I was thinking, I got Belnimbra and Mistra mixed up because they're both elves? I don't know. But Myth Draenor is not the same as the other place, but I think Myth is like MYTH is like a thing for elf city names. But Myth Draenor is like one of those like it's like Atlantis. For lack of a better word. But that's okay. We can just roll with it.
My knowledge of the gods is hazy. Corellin is god of magic.
I believe they're like an elven deity. Technically, Mistra is most associated with magic in all its purity, but I'm not really a scholar of gods. I just like the stories and the stars.
Well, I mean, I think all stories have, probably some root in reality. And
Of course they do.
it's interesting that perhaps that, in the sense, a story about the stars, including, or perhaps even being related to some object or structure similar to the summer star. I think it's interesting.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why I've chosen to study the stars as I do.
Well, I think you chose the right circle, or at least anyway, it's becoming more fortuitous for me anyway. So I appreciate it.
And she's gonna like turn her thing and like show you this line of stars. There's even stories about you think this is kind of hilarious. Have you heard of something called the Swan May?
The Swan Maiden? No, I haven't.
It's a maiden who was once turned into a swan by the gods. And she was granted the ability to change between a swan and a person. And they say that she can pass this on to others. All in an attempt to protect maidens such as herself and nature. And there's lots of stories about other folk who change.
Yes. No. I mean, well, you yourself take on a celestial form, so I mean, like I said, truth to... In every story there is truth. Every story is true in some regard.
Kind of like stares down at her mug and like drinks it.
So, you've been away. This is quite the homecoming for you, isn't it? You've been gone for many years, from what I remember you saying.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I left about 3 years ago.
How does it feel being back? Anything, has it stayed the same? Anything new?
Well, it's dark.
Well, obviously.
It's different.
Hmm.
Same and different. I mean, how long has it been since you've been home?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been, well, it's been it's been a while. It's been a few years now since I've been, and even then I wasn't home very often when I left. Yeah, no, it's been a while.
The truth is, Goodmead isn't really my home.
Hmm.
I actually grew up in a little village just outside of here.
Ah. Oh.
Yeah.
Perhaps once we procure an airship and save Astra's brother, or retrieve him at least, I would actually enjoy seeing your village, I think.
Well, it's a bit hard to find.
Well, we do have the best guide with us.
Aye.
And then as he like, the stars, of course.
Mhm. They'll always show us the way.
Always raises his mug.
Now, transitioning over to Astra, Uale, and a very sleepy Tenzin. Having collected at the Rainsbarrow estate, coming in from the cold, I believe there was a bit of investigation that was wanting to be going on. While initially started with Lucy covering the meat hall, making sure there's no unsavory individuals. What is everyone else doing?
Uale is going to attempt to mend the backpack as planned.
Okay. Can you make me a intelligence check?
I mean, I can. I don't know how well I'll do, but we'll see. Okay. Rolled a 17 plus 2 is 19, so not bad.
Pulling out you have a sewing kit?
I have needle and thread, not a sewing, because there's no sewing kit in D&D Beyond.
Okay. Pulling out your needle and thread, you begin. It's definitely not going to be functional with the speed that you are trying to sew it up, so do not put anything inside of this backpack. But you are getting it into the shape, but it is going to take some time. But you definitely have pieced it together, folding the corners in, and starting to stitch up the sides. Making sure to darn all of the holes that were put through by ogre teeth. And as anyone who has sewn a bag before, without a sewing machine, knows it's going to take a while. What are the others doing? Tenzin, how about you go first?
Sleeping.
Just straight up go in, find the nearest bed, and collapse?
Yeah. I don't think there's much that Tenzin herself is very concerned about. If anybody else is like, I'm concerned, she'd be like, yeah, you're right, I'm concerned. But, I mean, she's covered up the barrels, her animals are safe. She just probably gonna go take a nap.
Jojo and the other axe beaks are still set up in the stable. They're excited to see you when you poke your head in as you give them food. They're very excited about that. And then kind of settle down. And you just collapse. lightly
I
snoring.
whisper like secretly to Dio, and I'm like, Dio, give Joe a hard time.
Dio.
There's the slight staring from across the stable. Wow. But with Nightmare in hand, you roll over and collapse. The now comforting weight of the axe still in your hand. So then, Astrid, what is your plan for investigation? Besides shaking the webcam. Tell me your secrets!
It's not centered. I don't like the off the left. It's driving me bonkers. I hate these cameras. They never work with my thing. I'm trying to think. I think I've really done all I can do, unless I can magically make it out to where the loggers are in their work site, but I don't think I can.
If you're a really good tracker, maybe.
I'd like to pretend and have confidence, but I don't think she could.
Take
Did
a
I have-
chance, roll the dice?
Yeah, let's roll another 2.
I believe you can do better.
I don't, but thank you.
Okay, Astrid check.
I took more damage from that. Ouch.
You're welcome.
Ouch. Ouch. Did I find out how far away it is from where, like, Goodmead is right now? Like, from notes or from, like, listening to people?
You've heard that most of the logging camp is not too far away because they need to bring stuff back for processing. So they should have been back by now, from your estimation.
Okay. Then, yeah, maybe I will tell Uwale while she's sewing and Tanzin before she sleeps that I will try to investigate and track the town and see if I can gather where people are conglomerating at.
Are you doing so stealthily or invisibly?
If you want, I can cast one more spell before I go to bed, and that's my last spell.
Which-
Sadly, you will have to remain awake for
Damn
the
it.
spell to be active.
I think I can make it. We're gonna sleep before we leave again, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
I'll keep you. I'll make Tanzin stay awake for the hour by having her like hold bits of the backpack out while she's trying to like get the detail going.
she's
Force her
like,
to stay awake for an hour.
I can do that.
You just occasionally stab her with a needle and it looks like she's fallen asleep.
Ow!
Sorry!
Not you, Ale. Just saying.
Okay, I can do that for you.
Then stealthily, I guess? It's gonna still look odd because I'm gonna have footprints in the snow, though.
But it's a
can't-
very well-trodden area, so
Okay, okay.
what's more footprints in a storm?
That's true, that's true. Okay, then yeah.
Is it better to cast it at like second or third level? Oh, it doesn't really matter because it's only one person, so
Yeah.
second level.
Again. And how is this invisibility being cast at? Y'all?
Is it a bard? Sorcerer ability. So, it's just gonna come out and like, kind of, this purpley, turquoisey, magic is gonna like just swirl around you, and as it comes up, like as it rises, it like you shimmer a little bit, like you know when you like shake Jello, and it wobbles. So you kind of like do the little wobbly thing before you disappear.
You mean flubber?
And with that gentle shaking, you are gone. Can you please roll me, Astra, an investigation check with advantage to try suss out all of the details of the town that have changed, searching for the loggers that you don't recognize in a town that you're not necessarily super familiar with.
It just sounds like my normal life altogether. He's... With advantage?
Yes, because of your success the last time.
An investigation, which is... +8. So I have a 16 and an 18 and I rolled. So 18 plus 8 is 26?
Yeah, no, you're terrible at this.
Yeah, so bad.
You have clocked almost every single person that you have labeled as loggers and noticed that there's a significant number more people in town. Over the past couple days, it seems that the loggers have returned one by one, except for one. And as you double check back in at the bunkhouse, Shanderfroth's belongings have moved. They're still there, but someone has definitely slept in the bed. Following through, you do find a single pair of dwarven footprints that you've estimated from your check would have gone just outside of the city very recently. Within the last probably 48 hours. Sorry, last 10 hours.
Okay. I will follow the tracks out.
Okay. After about 40 minutes, you're getting to the end. You'd say you'd probably got about 15 minutes of spell left. Just from your mental clock ticking, Sten counting every second. You see someone in the distance, returning to Goodmead, walking along the main trail that you guys had traveled on the way in. A very short, bundled up man with reddish beard poking through his scarf as he's trudging along the trail, a heavy rucksack filled with logs and tools, traveling back. From descriptions, you would have to say this is most likely Shanderfroth. And with a roll that good, you're pretty darn sure.
Either I can tail him, noting I don't have a lot left, or I could try to go to the site where he was at and see if he left anything behind. Maybe I will go to the site first, because I have him in sights. Maybe Lucy and I can do some snooping down the line a little bit. With the shard.
All right. You stand very still, your footprints off the trail, as he passes by and gives you not a second glance. And continue following the tracks where he has come from. And you are reaching almost an hour outside of town. And the tracks continue. He would have walked a long ways. Your spell is just about to end. Well, the spell as being cast on you is just about to end. Tanzin, you're still there as you always, very skillfully patching everything up.
Can I turn on the eyes and see if there's like anything that'll pop up on the radar of sorts?
Pop down and open yourself to the greater world of things. And it's just cold. Sadly.
Damn it. I will keep going for a little bit farther. I'm trying to clock my distance and like mark things so I know like it's taking me this long to get here. I will hopefully get Astra to keep doing that, but I'll keep going for a little bit more and see.
How far are you willing to go?
Let's see. So it took me an hour to get here. Yeah. Let me go another half hour. I'll keep going.
Very shortly after deciding to go, your invisibility disappears. And that extra half-hour push, the footprints are not necessarily fresh, and the slow blowing of wind has caused them to crack up and freeze, being filled in slightly. You're now reverse tracking older footprints, but they are definitely his still. And they're coming from the turnoff where you guys would have decided to either head to the East Haven or back to Bryn Shandon.
Oh. I should head back. This should be a group thing. I should not do this all by myself.
Now, make me a perception check, please.
That's a 10, but I have this thing where I can use my dice to maybe make it a bit better. The 13 instead.
Wonderful. As you're just about to go, I should turn around. This needs to be a group thing. You see, just at the edges of your vision, through the darkness and falling snow, a crew of about 12 heavily armed people trudging very quickly through the snow. You have the barest moments to react, as they don't seem to have seen you. What are you going to do?
Hide! Hide!
How are you going to hide? You're in an open field.
Oh, it's open. Oh, shit.
Just really quickly dig a hole.
Looney Tunes that shit, man. Looney Tunes it.
I'll say, I can't belly flop because I'm in fucking snowshoes too. Fuck.
Dive in a snowbank.
Is there a snowbank?
There's
Become
always
tree.
a snowbank.
Yep.
Hide in a snowbank and like.
Okay.
Oh god.
Roll a stealth check. It's not necessarily of your ability to hide, but to see if you can clear enough distance and hide your tracks.
That's 14.
13?
14. 1-4. Not great.
As you travel into the snowbank and huddle there, the heavy clatter of armor and weapons of these individuals passes narrowly by you. And you hear just a, hey, these tracks look weird to you. Ah, hurry up, we gotta get going. Fine, double down. And continue running down the trail. You narrowly hid from them. But they are disappearing, heading down the trail towards Goodmead. The current time for you, as you have traveled an hour and a half, is about, let's see here, 6:30 p.m. They, at this rate, will be arriving around 9 o'clock in IceWind Dale.
You mean in Goodmead?
Yes, my
They're already in IceWind
They're
Dale,
already
right?
in IceWind Dale.
Where did they come from?
Yeah. Roll a perception check to see if you caught anything as they passed.
I rolled one nice roll today. I should be grateful I got that at least.
Did you roll?
I rolled a 3 plus 5, so 8.
Sadly, you did such a good job hiding that you didn't even have line of sight.
I rolled like shit. Oh fuck. K.
Might be the problem. Thank you, Cam.
I will. Fuck. Does the direction that they were coming from match from where Shandor was coming from? Like those tracks are all the same, that they're kind of going that way?
Yep, they're all heading along the eastern way, heading south to Goodmead.
Okay, I will try. I thought I was still in a forest of trees, but if there's just blank stuff, that doesn't really help.
There's not a lot of trees outside of the forests.
Wait, I know Lucy has the find objects. I know about that because we tried to do it for the barrels, right?
I do indeed. Yep.
I will take out a couple of ball bearings and I will put them in my snowbank, in the snowbank area, so I know where the tracks were, so I can keep, so maybe like we have to attempt this, maybe to follow back on later.
Okay.
Then at least I know I'm on a right path of going that way. It's not a guarantee, but I can lose a couple out of my 1,000. I can lose a couple out of my bag. That's not the end of the world.
All right, so you ditch a ball bearing. Like, Lucy can track this. How are you going to get back to Goodmead? And are you going to try get ahead of them? They're hustling. Not like actually hustling. They're like moving quickly.
Every day I'm hustling. I can't. If it's me versus a group, maybe I can get ahead of them. I want to try. I want to try.
Okay.
Please. Warn us.
Now,
I'm trying.
here's the thing. You've got snowshoes. You're good for that. To avoid them, as they are following the trail, you're going to have to go off trail. Which means it's going to add more time.
Yeah, I know that's the thing.
So you're going to have to basically marathon run through the snow
Shit.
to get to Goodmead with just enough time to warn everyone.
I will try to hustle, and if I can get within 60 feet of somebody, at least within town, I will honestly. I would keep trying to like ping that too, at least. But yes, we will try to.
All
We will
right.
try.
I need you to roll me a Constitution check. Because as all of us know who have been running,
Yeah.
that's bloody hard.
I barely did 30 minutes and I want to die.
I don't like rolling.
Can Sten help you? Is there like a thing he can do for you?
I can pop my arms out, but that doesn't help me for proficiency
Monkey
bonus.
run?
I think that would draw more attention, personally, and then I don't think they're going to worry about Ugg, they're going to worry about me. Oh, everyone, both of these are
You add your
fucking...
psychic dice?
I could, but if I roll like another 2 and a 3, it's not going to...
Yeah.
What is it? Don't just make faces.
So, you're still doing this. But what it is you take a point of exhaustion. So it's you try to catch your breath as you're hauling through, but it's just everything that's going on. You can't quite catch your breath, but you force your body through your training to still do this. You are getting there in front of these people. You force yourself to do it, but your body is taking the impact.
Yeah.
So you tank a point of exhaustion.
Those DOMs are gonna suck tomorrow.
Dum 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 dum.
Oh, is he going after your beard?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Yeah, it's like
Astra.
laying in my arms.
You're going to get there.
There we go.
Barely 10 minutes ahead.
Oh damn.
You are just passing them as you come into town, and you are trying your best to stay stealthy. I'm not going to break you from that. But sadly, we're going to jump back a couple hours with Lucy and Jolith at the mead hall enjoying themselves. Nothing really seeming to come up. Tanzan having passed asleep.
So what other crazy shenanigans have you got up to? Don't have town guards chasing after you, do you? You're not You're not laughing. Why are you laughing? That was supposed to be fun. That was supposed to be funny. Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because there aren't any county cards here.
Oh, that's fair.
But what did we do? Not a whole lot, honestly. It's only been a few days.
hmm
You know,
Well, I mean, we got up
adventuring.
to a lot of shenanigans, so I figured.
Let me look at my notes 1 second. I'll come up. Let me think of. I gotta.
We rescued a man and his dog.
Oh, I'm gonna tell him. He was there for that.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, he left after that.
Yeah, I was there. I was there for the doling out of it. I wasn't there
Yeah.
for the resolution of it.
Just checking my notes 1 second.
Hey,
What did we
stop
do?
that.
You left session 15. Well, we've reunited a man with his husband. And he
Oh,
was
good,
okay.
actually, I was actually a good dancer.
Tanza got some new boots. They're quite lovely. She took them off corpse.
That's what I mean. Yeah, sure. He's not using them anymore.
Aster's brother is part of a triangle sword organization that I don't remember the name of. The Knights of the Dark Sword or something like that. It's like a weird brother organization to what Astra does, which I think is kind of funny. If she were here, she'd probably correct me, but I don't care. Yeah. We fought. Well, we didn't fight Yetis. We chose not to fight Yetis. I don't think that surprises you.
No, not at all.
But we rescued a halfling from a boy, from a young Yeti who thought she was some kind of toy.
He was
That
there
was-
for that. Wasn't
I remember
the
it being
Yeti.
really scary because he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were. Yeah. Children Yetis are terrifying. Their mamas are scarier, and their dads are worse. Trying to think of something that would be a fun story. Yeah. Well, just.
Oh, you could tell him about my date.
Oh, that's a good one. There's so many notes here. I'm like trying to find something. Well, there's a boy in Tanzin's life now, a little Earth Genasi from the Arcane Brotherhood. Sounds like things are going quite swell with them. Sometimes not everyone's as bad as you think they are. Sometimes
No,
they
but-
just deserve a chance.
I don't need to get any closer to that. Really don't. But good for her. You know, as long as I never meet him. And he never hears my name.
That's fair. I do have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
When we went to see you in Bryn Shander,
Mhm.
Copper said that you were off on a bit of a walkabout. Meeting with a contact?
Ah. Oh. That actually was a
Which finishes her, like, first
Yeah.
drink.
that was actually a bit of a fun time on my side. Oddly enough, ran into an old friend here.
Was it
You old
great?
friends.
I do. I know it's strange having friends, right?
Odd.
No, I ran into a former compatriot of mine, Stitch.
Oh, the one who did up your arm.
Yes, yeah, she was in. She apparently came up here to do some research of her own.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. It's been a long time since we were together. It was nice to catch up.
Ah,
Yes, we were.
catch up?
Yes.
Lucy like wiggles her eyebrows.
Yes. Let's say mucking around in ancient tombs and helping each other out of death-defying escapades tends to build some stronger bonds.
What?
I
wouldn't know what you're talking about. Going to
We
ancient relic sites and defying death.
No, we were together for a while, at least a couple of months. This was well before my own trouble with the Brotherhood. No, she wanted to leave. There was one particular job that didn't sit well with her. For good reasons, I don't think. But I was a bit more focused on the money than on necessarily doing things the right way, and she left and I didn't.
Lucy kind of just reaches out and kind of handles his forearm and pats it and says, "Well, I'm sure the man she met this time around was better than the one before."
Well, I hope so, but it's been a long time to go with us. She's actually doing research herself on sharding and wanting to try to understand what sort of restorative healing properties it could contain, although its chaotic nature has been really messing with her research, apparently.
We met a woman with a bunch of kobolds? Goblins? Was she with kobolds or goblins?
Cold.
Thank you. We met a woman with a bunch of kobold companions who was also kind of doing some research on the opportunities within Chardondale, although hers was more about not restoration, but like power storage or replacement. Don't know. You could use it as a spell component, I think is what she was looking for.
Silver hair? Well, white hair, eye patch?
Ah, yes, exactly.
That was Stitch.
Are you serious?
Yes. Yes.
No.
I went, what can I say? I tend towards older women. I was a young, impressionable adventurer. She, the older, more experienced woman. And what can I say? I have many types. She was one.
Aww. That's really funny.
How was yours?
We bought a piece of Chardonnay from her. And then you all decided to eat it.
Excuse me.
And then after she pooped it out.
I mean,
there's only one way that comes out of you.
2 ways, technically. There are 2
Yeah, but
ways.
Lucy's going this route because she can. After she, I don't know, probably pooped it out, it became a shard of chaos, essentially. Absorbing whatever, ribbit through it and all that.
how has she been doing?
She's like...
I noticed. I did notice
she's like...
back of the cave, a little bit of extra flexibility.
Yeah, she's very bendy. Her physiology is a bit unusual. But she's still you all, eh? Just with, extras.
I mean, I've as much as I had my reservations on son of Yargle. They seem to have, I don't know, come to an understanding. Almost. Hasn't killed her yet.
I think
That's-
it's Oh, go ahead again.
That's when you all lay just as stitching the bag together.
Since asleep, I can do it when no one's watching.
Yes, she's a bit strange. But honestly, it's about finding balance, right? And I'm just happy that she's not going to burst into a beast and kill us all. So
Yes, quite glad we happened upon that restorative. But do you still have the shot?
aye, she does. It affects people.
Interesting. Has anyone else handled it?
Just her. I've asked her to keep it away from as many people as she can.
Interesting.
It had an adverse effect upon a child, so I think she feels bad about it, and I'm attempting to remember it wasn't on purpose.
Maybe I should talk with Uale, and I think Stitch might actually find that quite fascinating. Yeah, sorry. This is, of course, Uale. This would be discussed with her permission. Of course, this is
Naturally.
Stitch. Definitely, Stitch and I can get a little. One of the things that drew us together, we can both get a little academic.
And Nightmare's a bit different now.
Yes, that worried me. That
I
actually,
think-
that does worry me.
It has something to do with the stone. I don't understand it. Chaos begets more chaos, perhaps? A negative plus a negative.
It's true.
Don't think so.
No, it wouldn't surprise me if the shuttle itself has been affecting people. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised that it would have a connection. Perhaps they made a connection somehow with that axe, but has the change affected her?
Tatsa? No. She's still Tanzany.
Although she does she, from what I gather, she doesn't realize it's changed.
She knows.
She knows. I know that there are. Really wish I could figure out how to end that curse.
I don't know, but at least it's safer in her hands for now.
And it's frankly of curses, it's docile enough as long as she keeps a hold of it. But
It's hard to tell with a curse, eh?
yeah,
But I trust Tanzan to do the right thing.
I'll trust in your trust.
Is that another round? The barkeep comes in and
Absolutely.
pours
Sure.
you guys.
To new friends and old reunions.
I hear that.
Hmm. So did you rekindle your romance with a...
Oh no. It was just catching up.
I can understand.
Now, as you continue there, a couple hours have passed and you're not making it functional, but the pack is assembled. And it definitely looks like some of the packs you've seen the loggers here having used. It's not really any identifying marks as to who it'll belong to. Almost looks like that was purposely removed. But having stitched it together, you can definitely identify this as one that's been...
So he's climbing up the curtain.
Ah. It definitely belonged to one of the loggers of Goodmead. But you do have a piece of evidence.
Cover Tamsin, who I assume is asleep on the couch, still holding part of it. Just
Yeah.
cover her with a blanket and put the backpack in Uwale's bag, since they're, I think, probably, I don't know if Lucy and the rest of them left their bags there or not, so she'll just put it in her own bag and tie it nice and tight. And wait for Astra to come back, because Astra should have been back a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like aware of it, but like, you know, when you're like really concentrating, but then you're like, oh
My god, what time is it?
yeah. So Duale's like looking at the windows, like waiting.
I imagine we're just bullshitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, there's a point where I'm kind of like, should we check on them? They haven't been around. Or
The others.
or just have fun. I take out just like a little like stone. I just want to do something. I'm going to infuse it with a short message. Basically, just like, hey, if you're just wondering if you're all right, if you feel like a drink, come to the tavern. And I give it to Oculus, and I tell Oculus, find Uale or the others, and he just like buzzes off.
Not too long after, just the way that time is with convenience, there'd be a against the window.
Maybe that's Astra. Maybe I locked her out. And I open it and I'm like,
Maybe that's Astra. I'm sorry. Could you lock Astra at anything?
That's when the message pre-recorded from Jolith is...
You see, he looks at the stone. It's like, just checking up. Come, if you need a drink, come to the tavern.
she like looks at the phone. She's like, oh, I'm just waiting for Astra.
It repeats.
It's like,
Did you go
you
through
say,
lots of
I'm just
things?
waiting for Astra. So...
It's like, hey, so just wanted to double check on you. If you want a drink, come to the tavern. It's been a while. Everything all right?
You'll get a piece of paper from inside the house and just scribble, Astra's been gone a long time, waiting at the house, why? And she'll like fold it. And does Oculus have any little like...
Yeah, he's got little like...
So she'll like insert it so it's like not gonna blow away in the snow.
Yeah, he
Alright.
he grabs it, or like he has like still like the stone in one hand, so he like offers you the stone.
Sure, I'll take it. Thank you. But you give this right to Joe. You hear me? Good boy.
Does like a little like spin. The little like thing does like a little spin. It's like doo doo.
I love Oculus so much.
So how long does that stone repeat the message for again?
Let me check.
Is it one of those forever ones, or?
No. It's continue. The message you utter, bestowed, and the recording is 6 seconds long. Whenever tapped, it's only actually whenever you tap it. So that message is now in there. Whenever you tap it, it'll start whatever message it has.
Tanzan starts having weird dreams.
Going to the bar. So
Turns into a nightmare.
you receive this message.
Oh.
Missive, in fact.
Oh. Astra's been away?
Well, she's looking for
Shander.
Froth. I have his name right here. I just keep forgetting it. She's looking for Shander Froth. So
Yeah, but should she be worried if she leaves?
I'm. Astra's an incredibly proficient and careful individual. She typically doesn't get herself into trouble. I mean, if Yuali was off on her own, I would be worried.
No, I would tend to agree with that.
Or Tanzin, right?
However, last time she was by herself for several hours. Somehow she got a tadpole in her brain.
That's a fair counterpoint.
Which she didn't tell us about. At all. Now,
Yeah.
I understand she's very proud of herself. And frankly, I doubt she even realized that whatever happened to her happened. So, I'm just saying, she might have a bit more of a penchant for trouble.
I mean,
Getting
you're right, but can you track her easily and quickly?
Unfortunately, no.
Sometimes things just sort of work themselves out.
Yes, and sometimes they just go horribly wrong and you end up blowing yourself up and dying. Oh, I trust in Astra. I trust that Astra is competent and capable. I'm still worried.
I'm not saying I'm not worried. I'm just saying it's not something we can change.
Should we go speak with you all
I suppose if she's not coming back, we can go there.
Just bring the cups back when you're done.
Thank you.
I'll send my friend back with them. And I
Please
nod.
don't.
As Oculus is buzzing with some bees and looks up and kind of just it does the little nod down, the eye kind of
Don't be mean to him. He's very sweet.
I'll take your word for it. Have a good night.
You guys return to the. Sorry.
And I don't see Lou anywhere.
No.
Okay.
The members of your village are still here. There's that small encampment nearby the shrine of Flaming Sword. But Lou is not in the area.
It was like either found someone or something to do.
Or both. Returning to the Rain Sparrow estate. We are coming up on just about Astra being gone for 2.5, going on 3 hours. She's still got a little bit more longer till she arrives, but what is the decision you guys are going to do? Searching around, you would see that she's nowhere really around. Shouting mentally into the darkness doesn't seem to have a shadow pop out and tell you that she's okay.
I think it might be wise if we go check on Og. He's just waiting out there. What if Astra just went to check on him and, and she's safe and sound? It's just, Tanzin cast invisibility on her before she left and it only lasts an hour. And she's been out there for so long. Yeah, I can just run out and run back since I know where he is. Into the, hideaway.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. and convince him to head home? He's still just waiting.
He wants to apologize in person. He feels horrible.
Right.
And nothing we could say kind of persuaded him, so he just said he'd wait there.
Can't blame him.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll just
He
run
looks
away.
over at Tanzin, like sleeping there, just like, oh, at least she's having a peaceful night.
Is she gonna get 8 hours of rest? Because that would be amazing. Please get enough rest. Oh, good God. I'm gonna stay by the meat hall. Because I want to know if anybody who was planning on leaving goes anywhere, so. But I'll, to Ollie, I'll say, like, it'd be good to check on him. None of the loggers went out, as far as we know, so.
Yeah, well, it'll just be quick. It's about half an hour, so it shouldn't be too long. And then if something's bad, we'll just do the same thing we agreed on.
Did you finish the bag, by the way?
I did, and it definitely seemed like it's definitely a logger's bag. Do you want it? It's just in my pack here.
Yes.
She'll take it out. You can see here, it just looks pretty generic, but I think that's been done on purpose. I think any identifying markers have been removed, and it could be anybody's, which makes it really hard.
I cast forensic evidence.
Fail.
Yeah.
I look at it, cast guidance, kind of do a little investigation.
Okay.
I'll assist and give you advantage.
Oh, rolled a 1 and a 13. So 16. 16. Yes, yeah.
Can't make it a little higher.
No. Not unless you can change my 3 to a 4.
Nope.
Or give me a bonus to investigation that I don't have.
Going through.
Should have been Jolith.
You turn it around. You check. This thing is thoroughly gone over. And you know what? Maybe it's the fact that it's been sitting in the woods for a couple of days, being gnawed on by a ogre that had rabies. It's not in the best condition. And with the cleaning, any stains or whatnot have been removed as well.
I don't got anything.
Wally would have left, by the way, after giving the bag up to go check.
Hustling out, calling out for Og.
I think I'd be careful about calling out. Just
Yeah,
because
not-
of the...
Hey guys! No, going out to where you saw him and then gently calling to him. He would stir. He was asleep.
I just wanted to make sure you were alright, because it's actually that's all.
Asleep.
Well, good here then.
And he has like pulled debris and all kinds of things up around him to like shelter him in. The snow is starting to build up on his head.
How well hidden does he look to Wally? Supposed to be tracking people for him.
You know, he's kind of conspicuous, but you probably would have taken a second look only to find him, but just walking by,
But you Night night.
Night, night. And with that, Uale, you are just walking back into town at the door since Rain Sparrow's estate is right there at the front of town. Astra, you would just be coming over the last cliff, or last hill. And you
Come on,
would...
Paul Revere.
Okay. And there's a short man just hauling ass and runs by Rain Sparrow's estate, by the Mead Hall. Lucy, you would see a man just going by, heading up towards the loggers' barracks.
Shout at him.
Does not stop.
Oi!
And then, Astra, you see, you've passed them by maybe a few minutes, and you see Jander Frost having gone past, and your allies, luckily, calling out to him as he just keeps running. You're exhausted, but you're there.
I'm gonna cast Shape Water on the ground in front of Chanderfroth and turn it into like a little thing he could trip over. A little block of ice. So far. The best I can do to make him stop.
He is going to try. What's your spell casting DC? I'll use that as his attempt to
14.
parkour over top. That is a 15 plus 1. So he goes to slip, and he looks like he's going to fall. But then again, he's also spent a while logging in IceWind Dale, and then keeps going. And he shouts something along the lines of "bloody fucking hell" as he keeps going. Boys, get yourselves up! We got some trouble on the horizon! He's like banging on the barracks door.
You all like hear the banging from the houses, or no?
It's gentle, but you'd hear the banging, not the shouting. Lucy, since you are close enough, you would hear the shouting and the banging. And it takes a minute, but lights are going up in the barracks. Astra, you're still cresting the hill, and you are like 30 seconds away. So what are you
Okay.
doing?
I'm gonna try and mind link, telepath link with my friends and say, found Shander, also found a lot of trouble. Motherfuckers, we don't have much time. Oh.
How much is not enough time?
Like, they're like 2 minutes behind. If that.
Say?
They don't look friendly. I will say that.
We're talking less than 10 minutes?
Like, maybe 3, 2.
Okay.
Okay, Jolith, are you still in the house?
Yes.
Can you get
yeah.
Tanzan up?
I will try to distract for a bit. Distract. I will have to hold the line, and I'll see what I can do to hold them off for right now, but because I'm closest, but
I'm thankfully in my armor. I put my I have like I'm in my armor, but I've got like the face thing up, and I'm like hands in, and like I grab and like I do the like grab the foot and shake.
Tanzan, you were in the middle of the best dream, but you are so rudely awoken by this gentle foot shaking.
Just Also, you feel like that. You feel a heavy gloved hand on your foot. It just Tanzin.
Fuck off!
Astra says we got trouble coming in.
I'm trouble coming in.
Good, we can aim you towards the other trouble.
So,
I leave the room, but then I take a little another like little stone thing, and I put like a little buzzing alarm, and I throw it in the room.
And Oculus just taps it for you?
Oh, this one it just emits the sound.
Oh, sick.
You son of a bitch.
Lucy's gonna kind of walk into kind of the middle of the whatever, and she's gonna summon her shield and cast Summon Beast at 3rd level.
Will I have gotten enough rest to have any spells?
you had a short rest.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Wally's gonna, like, I can't see Astra cresting the hill just yet, right?
No, she is. Well, you have a limited vision, and she can see down into the town because of the lights in town. But sadly, well, not sadly, Astra is definitely not carrying a light to light her way as she was trying to do so stealthily.
Well, mentally, I'll just say, Astra, do you want me to meet you somewhere, or do you want me to join? Should we all group together?
Find out what Chandra has first, because he was suspicious, and booking it after. I had to hide from these guys. I don't know. He was running from them too, I think.
Towards the banging, I guess, since that's where he's like running towards.
Naruto, run!
And there is a crew of people already starting to come out. Lucy, you would hear this as well as you see Uale run up to the noise as well. And it's, oh, come on, guys, wake up, wake up, wake up! And it's, oh, what's going on? Oh, there's some people coming. They're not a fan of the fact that we haven't sent meat out, and they're saying they're going to take it by force. They think we're keeping it.
Insight check. Is he lying?
Go ahead.
It's not my forte, but I will do my best. Oh, it's a 15, so I get 17 to see if he's lying.
You know, it's the panic in his voice that you don't think he's lying.
Right?
Do I think he's lying?
Go ahead and roll an
I
insight.
have a passive insight of 16, if that makes a difference.
You, with a 16, you would definitely say he is telling the truth. But I will let you roll, just if that's what you would like to do.
I'm just, oh, that's really funny. I rolled the same. Rolled a 10.
But about 5 other woodsmen are coming out, and they are grabbing axes and kind of beating sticks.
Excuse me?
Who are you?
Oh, sorry. I came in the other day with Lucy Fisher.
Are you one of them? Who? I haven't heard that name before. Look,
Anyway, you're shouting about bad people coming.
they're coming to they're coming to burn down the meat hall. Think that's gonna fix the fucking problem about not getting no meat? Well, bloody hell.
I relay that mental message of why they're coming to the group if we're still connected and project it.
You would all.
Neat. Fuck these guys.
And Rome on the 13th day of Hammer, the battle for Mead commenced. 72-year-long war.
I'm just gonna stand at the entrance of the village with the giant moose made of stars.
I find as I make my way. I kind of like I find where Lucy is, and I'll stand there, and I've got my I'm adjusting a bunch of like little notches and dials on both of my gauntlets, and you can see that they've got these. Picture like a little bit of a smaller version of like Captain America's Wakandan shields. The ones that he has like on his arms. It's something like similar there, and as I'm adjusting them, you see this shimmer of force around them, and I just kind of then all right.
I'm also going to make my way up to Lucy, and as I go, I'm going to let the Salad claws extend and kind of take on that aspect as I'm like running up to kind of come up behind her.
And I'm sorry for not addressing it earlier. Lucy, the moose is an astral moose.
Yep.
I thought it was the bear, so I was like getting ready to describe a starry-ass bear. Please, quickly describe the moose for me.
Starry moose.
It actually looks like the same, very similar to Jerry, but like a nebula instead, and just these blazing red eyes. Famous.
Famoose. And
Moostillation. Thank you, Cobra.
Astra, you're more than capable to move around the town. Where would you like to be? Are you going to gather with everyone, since you can kind of see them running about and the crew of people around Shander Froth gathering?
I'm gonna try and stand at the front and cut off the people coming.
So, with the group or ahead of the group?
Ahead of them.
Okay. How far? 10 feet, 20 feet in front of your friends?
Yeah, not like that there's so much distance that we can't, but that I can still keep everyone in range, but still maybe help.
Okay. Trying to wait for the position to maybe get an easy flank.
Yeah.
And Tenzin, you get up out of the house and you're not...
Beep, 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 beep.
As you watch her just
Kill
crush
him.
this
Gonna kill him. I of course get Mimi.
Alright, you whistle for her, and that is... You're not quite in combat, but since you are preparing Mimi, we're going to count that as your preparatory action. So...
I wanted to do something kind of funny.
Okay, go ahead.
Once the folks are in view, I want to cast, or I want to take on the dragon's starry form. But I want to do it as they're approaching.
Okay. They are definitely on the approach, which when they are just cresting about 300 feet away, that's when torches and lanterns are lit. And they all start shouting and charge in. But it's at that kind of that you see them and that you think this would be the most opportune time to transform. And you can see them all start to slow down a little bit as a giant metal man, a clawed lady, a woman with an owlbear running up from behind. They swear that they can see someone standing in the shadows a lot closer than they really thought anyone should be. And then, beside this starry moose, a astral projection of a
It's not really
woman.
my body just becomes taller, and I shine like starlight.
Mhm.
It's more like what's her face from the DC, the Star Girl, the pink Star Girl.
Like Teen Titans?
No,
Carol?
not. Yeah, No.
The Star Sapphires? Green Lantern?
no. The
There's
teenager who was the Runaways.
oh, Caroline.
Caroline,
Okay.
yeah. That's why when you said Caroline, that sounds right.
That's Marvel. That's Marvel.
I'm sorry.
Just
Or
I
my
was
brain
like I don't
I was
recognize
thinking about.
DC.
I decided I was thinking about Starfire, and then said DC, and then it was not Starfire, and then I like Starfire a lot.
Always gotcha.
My apologies. In that the light issues forth in your celestial draconic cloak.
And there's a constellation of a dragon
Gotcha.
on my chest.
And everyone kind of slows down, and you can see that moment of fuck. But then someone in the back is like, "What are you stopping for? Get going!" And starts
Who said that?
banging one of the guys in the back. You could definitely say that, or see that it is someone probably a little more heavily armored.
Is he holding anything?
A lantern and a weapon.
I'm gonna throw my spirit as a lantern.
Okay. So, you pop it up. By the way, this is well over your long distance. So,
There's no
Right.
distance or anything on the sheet you gave me, so.
it's the same as a regular spear. But the effect still applies, so you're just... Can I get you to make that attack against a attended object with disadvantage?
Yeah. That's a shame I was rolling with disadvantage. I'm about to take a lot of damage. I rolled a natural 1,
Okay.
plus 6, so 7.
I have to
Alrighty,
let
the
Brain out
difference is
quick.
3.
Sick, okay.
Yeah, it's you're not trying to wound, you're just trying to hit. So you all see Lucy go back. The energy kind of courses through the spear, lighting up the head as she just almost 300 feet in a giant streaking arc, almost like a star falling, as it lands true, knocking the lantern out of his hands, shattering across the ground, the snow kind of bursting a bit with fire as
I just shout, turn around and to go home.
make a intimidation check.
I thought I was being very persuasive.
Nope.
Oh, what did you say, Darcy?
You're
You're
muted.
still muted.
Does she get an advantage because I'm running up like behind
With an owl bear.
with an owl bear?
No, but let's just say you all backing her plus this thing is making it so it's not at disadvantage.
That's fair. Yeah. I rolled a 2!
Oh.
Oh, what a day. That's 3.
Time to break in the armor then.
Uali just looks at Joe, gives like a wave with her extra long, gross black claws.
I look down because like my mask is on. There's no like facial reaction, but you just hear a, huh, those are new.
And just you can see that a number of the people are definitely not wanting to proceed, but this person does not seem swayed from your actions, Lucy, although he is definitely not touching your spear.
That would be really funny if you did pick it up, though.
Yeah.
Just picks it up, like, fuck you!
Yeah. And he rallies them to go forward. So, a crew are breaking off and kind of spreading out across the city, across the town. But you guys have the major frontway blocked.
As they're breaking off, can I fire an arrow as they're starting to split? And as long as they're within 30 feet of each other, I apply a bursting arrow. Just like, I don't want it to hit them, I want it to hit above them.
When you have your claws out,
Mm-hmm.
you can't manipulate the bow.
Oh, okay, I did last time.
So that might have been my apologies on that, because I thought you had, like, retracted them.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just retract them then.
Yeah, so it's
Or like
when...
fix it.
So you can make a shot, but they are... When they're breaking apart, they're still at long distance.
Well, if I have to, like, if it's like I think it's an action you said to, like, retract the claws.
Yeah, a bonus action.
Yeah, so I'll just wait, like, I'll retract them and I'll ready an arrow, I guess, for when someone is, like, approaching in a hostile fashion.
They're all approaching in a hostile fashion right now.
I meant close.
So
When they're within what range?
150
Would it be?
feet.
Yeah, whatever your range is, right?
So the longbow says 150, and then beside it, it says 600.
Yeah, that means that you can shoot within regular shot range within 150 feet and long shot range up to 600.
Oh, okay.
But when you shoot at long range, it's at disadvantage.
Gotcha. Okay, so just if I'm understanding correctly, they're approaching, they're not slowing down, all of their weapons are drawn?
Yep.
So
Okay, well,
they're 300 feet away.
yeah.
So it's gonna take them like several rounds to get to us.
Yeah.
now you said some are breaking off. So is there a group coming towards us, or have they decided to split and just move around us?
There's, you would say 75% of the force is going around you guys.
Sorry, how many?
Confused.
There's 15 of them.
15.
So they're splitting off 300 feet away to go around the town.
Going around you guys.
Yeah.
Still running
But they're-
through the other buildings of the
But
town.
then there's a small group that is directly coming towards us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you know what I might do is like, I'm gonna turn around. I know like we're gonna group together, but I'm gonna kind of shift and move through. So if I see someone approaching the mead hall in a hostile fashion, like they're cutting through the town and going to try and burn it down, like Chandra Frost claimed they were going to do, I'm going to shoot them.
Okay, so you are going to leave the front because it is about another 500 feet to the meat hall.
Okay, I'm so confused about the distance of this town.
Yeah, sorry. I am too.
You guys are at the front of the town, which is a couple minutes walk away from the meat hall.
So we've got smaller groups splitting off, and then one crew heading directly towards us.
Yeah.
But their goal and intent is to apparently burn down the mead hall. So yes, Uwale is going to move from the group, mentally say what she's doing, that she's going towards the mead hall to stop them from trying to burn it down. And she'll get us started.
Okay,
Was-
go ahead.
I kind of say out loud that we can leave that to the militia. We can deal with these guys that come towards us.
Yeah, I'm gonna send my moose to try and cut off. So like, is there like just splitting? I want my moose to try and cut off like the group on the left.
It's
One of them.
like 5 people are running towards you guys, and the other 10 are going different directions.
Yeah. So like the 5 of them, I want my moose to try and cut off.
Yeah, the 5 of them are running straight to you, so it's running in front to stop them from getting to you.
No, I'm trying to stop them from getting into the village. because you've got like 5 coming here, right?
Yeah,
And then
coming
there's
straight forward.
there's 2 that are kind of starting to go.
10.
Yeah, but 5 and 5, right? Because there's 2 groups, so 15 total. So there's
No.
25 people total. I'm
'Kay.
so confused.
Ooh.
I need a map. Everybody.
So, there's 15 people. 5 of them are running towards you.
Yes.
The other 10 are going 10 different directions into the town, which does not have any form of protection. And they are going to run through buildings and areas.
Yeah, but they're far enough away that you could feasibly intercept like some of them, right?
Yeah, but they're already within a few seconds of each other for your moose to get there. They will be like 60, 70 feet apart from each other.
Okay.
Might be able to at the most block 1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel really worthwhile. No, we're just gonna charge forward into the group of 5 then.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought it was like clumps of teams, kind of. I thought they were more organized than this. A bunch of dumbasses like else.
They're not used to having much more resistance than the local militia.
Yeah, the group of 5 that you were thinking of is the people that are coming out of the barracks that are going to defend the meat hall with Shanderfroth.
You know, that isn't what I was thinking, but I understand what you mean. I'm just gonna shout back to Shanderfroth and move us around.
She is still in the home. No one, there's some shouting going on outside. So, quick. One thing for each person. You've already decided that you're heading over towards the meat hall. Lucy, you have already decided that you are standing up the front and sending your moose off towards the pack of 5. So that is Jolif, Tanzin, and Astra.
I look over to Lucy and I just kind of like, well, diplomacy? I don't know if that's going to work.
I mean, I tried. It obviously didn't work.
All right. I
Try not to kill him. I just want to drink.
I'll do. It's like I'm like I nod, and then like I hit another button on my chest, and suddenly 3 other images of me kind of fan out from me, and are kind of like shifting and moving through my position. I cast a mirror image of myself.
Dope. Also, can Octavius go get to my spear?
So I kind of look back. I don't think you'll be. How heavy is it?
It's like 2 pounds.
I look it up. He has a strength of 4. And a fly. Like I'm like, yeah. I'm kind of like, I look at Oculus. I'm like, give her a shot, bud. He also only flies at 30 feet around, so I'm not gonna lie. It's going to take a while. Fight's probably going to be over by the time you get that spear.
I still want it back.
That's fine. So Oculus will start taking off with the he goes up high enough to be out of like the field of.
Okay.
If I'd known they were like 300 feet away, I wouldn't have fucking thrown a spear. But I was like, oh god, that's really far. Oops. But I hit it.
Astra?
I'll let.
You are literally seeing them like pass in front of you because you were ahead of them.
Is the super loud, obnoxious one that's like getting everyone, like the ringleader guy, in that 5?
Yep.
Oh, I'm still exhausted too. I'm gonna say a quick apology to the group, and I'm gonna link up with him and say,
All your guys' stuff shuts down.
2 seconds. And I will say, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Maybe we shouldn't do this. You don't want to do this. And then if he doesn't respond back, or if he's gonna keep going charging, I'm gonna try to do the double dagger.
Yeah, he looks around as you like link up with him mentally and like speak directly into his brain, and he's like and kind of stumbles where he's going, but still keeps ushering people forward, running through.
Cool, he's getting daggers in him, then I don't. I will probably have to do psychic. I don't think I have enough to run up. He's not within range. Like, is he still within?
This one, since you were on the hill, they're passing in front of you within like 20-30 feet.
Oh, I'm sad I can't do my cool parkour.
Snow core.
You know in Dragon Age where you've got the twin fang attack where you can just jump and do I want to do that. That's what I want, but it's hard to do in snowshoes.
It's true.
One day I will get to do it, but
Into the thick of it.
I will throw a psychic sword and a psychic dagger at him.
Psychic sword.
I guess sword, blade, whatever you want. I guess I get 2 different kinds.
Alright, make your attacks.
Those are at disadvantage though, because I'm exhausted, right? No, it's just ability checks, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, ability checks now. It'll be attack checks at exhaustion level 3.
I hope I don't get that bad. So I got a 20
Wonderful.
on my rogue dice. Thank you, Vax.
Huzzah.
And a 15 plus 6 for 21.
Both
Dude's
hits.
fucking dead. This man is dead.
Yes. So, question. Roll the d12. See what your systematic critical is.
My d12 is, that's my d10. d12. An 8. Which
So,
is...
that goes straight into his chest. And, what's your minimum damage?
Minimum?
Yeah,
I-
what's your minimum damage?
Well, if I roll a 1 on my d6 plus 3 would be 4 as minimum.
4? Okay. Please roll your... whatever you get for the maximum. Or, like, please roll to see what you get. I was just
Oh, I was
curious
gonna say.
if you would kill him outright with your minimum damage. 'Cause
I'm not
remember,
there.
you do get with the critical not only the... he's going to gain 1 point of exhaustion from you just stabbing him in the chest. You also get plus 5 damage onto your attack.
Yes.
I feel like, there's like town guards that, might be a challenge, but like I'm like, oh no, these are like level 0 town guards, aren't they?
Do I get sneak attack on this also because he doesn't know?
It is a ranged attack.
Oh, right, and I have to be flanking for it.
No, ranged attacks can get sneak attack as well, as long as it's on your first attack that hits. Which it does. He also
20.
which was the 20.
Fuck.
So you crit on your sneak attack dice as well. So while you roll that, I'm just going to quickly go through
I feel, that moment in like really cheesy movies where the guy like is shot, but it just you see like the hole.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
It's just, but the great thing is there's no blade, there's no obvious like thing that did it. So he's just running, and suddenly there's a hole in his chest. It's there.
I'm not sorry. I am vindicated.
We gave this man 2 chances to stop.
We did.
Yeah. Damn it, Astra. I wanted. I
Oh,
just
they're
needed.
from East Haven.
I just needed a couple punches. I just wanted a couple punches in, but nah, she's just gonna ace the commander, and they're all gonna be like,
I
I'm
appreciate
sorry,
it.
it's my turn next.
Jolith came
I
back.
still have 2
He's-
3-level spells left, and then 1 second level and 1 first level.
All I have
I
is
won't.
1 third level and 3 first levels. So I don't
Can
know.
I question? Can I do inspiration is that a turn or?
So if you look at your features and traits section, it should say whether it's an action or a bonus action.
There's part of me that was like, you know what, I have to spell shatter. I should just do that. But now I think about it, I'm like, I might just kill. I might just. It's just like, I thought it would only deal like a little bit of damage, but I'm like, would I just outright have killed? Any one of us will just have outright killed an entire group.
To be fair, I rolled like not great on my damage die for my sneak attack, so it's not as fantastic. But it's a 20 for all the damage. It's 28.
Did you add another +5 damage for each of the sneak attack dice?
Each sneak attack dice?
Yes, because
What?
that's the thing with the criticals is you get to roll the extra 5 points of damage on the critical for each damage dice. So I believe your sneak attack is 3d6,
Yep.
or is it? So add an extra 10 on top of that.
How?
30.
Motherfucker's dead.
But then again, like
38.
there's not going to be a wound because it's psychic.
Yeah. So
Eviscerated.
this man has. So just clarifying, is this lethal, or are you wanting him to go unconscious?
You
Because
can't. I thought you couldn't choose if it was not like if it's a typed damage, it's only lethal.
Yeah, I was under that impression
Eh,
too.
yes, this
Yeah.
is correct. My apologies. So
Which is why.
that was the disadvantage of using your psychic daggers and blades. So yeah, this goes in, stabs through his chest, but the radiant as the blade goes in and issues up into his head, he has an aneurysm bleeding out of his nose and ear, and eyes just explode with blood vessels as he drops to the ground dead. And the rest of the group gets about another 40 feet ahead before they realize that the man just died. And they're
they have
reevaluating their decisions.
And they have no idea why.
Yup. But that is Jolith and Tanzin. You guys have your actions as the start before we go into this second round of combat.
Scorching ray. Oh,
Yeah, no. I was gonna say, I think I did mine because I cast I moved forward and just cast mirror image on myself. So that one was mine. So then,
Okay, so just Tanzin.
and scorching ray at 3rd level, so I have 5 missiles that shoot.
Okay, so you have
how
to make
many?
5 attacks.
Yeah. How many are running towards us?
Now 4.
Now 4. Okay, so one guy's gonna get 2 shots. Do I roll a 20 first or just roll my d4s?
You roll your for Scorching Ray, or is it D4s or is it different?
D4s.
Okay. Scorching Ray is a 2 hit, so you have to roll 2 hit them.
Okay.
You're thinking Magic Missile, which is automatically.
I am thinking magic missile, and that's the one I actually want to cast.
Okay. So, yeah, those automatically hit, and those are the D4s that you're rolling.
Yeah.
So 2 missiles
For
At
one of the
one.
guys.
What?
And the rest are all getting 1. And that's mostly max damage. I've got 3 3s, a 2, and a 4.
Now remember, you do add +1 to each of those
Yes.
dice.
So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, it's per thing. So I think I'll do like the 2 and a 3 at 1, and then I have a 4 and a 3 and a 3.
I think there's 4 left, right?
Yep.
4
Right.
dice left? Or
No,
4
four-
guys left?
4 guys in front of us left. So theoretically, you could hit each one.
Yeah, she
Yes.
is. She's
Oh,
hitting
okay.
each one once and one a second time.
Yeah.
You get 5. I'm sorry, I thought you got 4.
Yeah, I get 5 at 3rd
Dope.
level.
So this is a sorcerer spell.
Yes, it is.
So as you issue it out, that same purple reflective energy that you shoot out with the crack of thunder. And they kind of all get hit. Alrighty. Into this next round, the moose has finally made contact. And we're just going to say you, Tansen, continue moving the rest of the way up because that's something that you had already said you wanted to do.
Yeah. How far is Mimi from them?
Mimi's running alongside you.
'Kay.
So still a ways. Lucy, are you heading up to engage or are you hanging back with the crew?
Sorry.
I
To be annoying, I do have a bonus action that I can do as well,
Mhm.
which is Bardic Inspiration, which I would cast on Lucy. So that you would get
That D6?
The D6.
I've got to scroll down for it, sorry. Yeah, 1d6 for 10 minutes.
Well, I don't have a lot I can do. Threw my weapon away. Yeah, I'm gonna stay where I am and just have the moose finish its charge.
Okay.
But it technically doesn't have like a charge attack. It just like runs up and hits him.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Yeah, it's gonna it's gonna try and not kill them, but like knock them over and shit like that.
Absolutely.
Is there anybody like physically nearby them, or is it only the moose?
There is Astra like 40 feet or like 60 feet behind them, but
But like physically, no one's engaged with them.
not yet, no.
Okay, thank you. I'll just hit one of them. I don't know which one,
Okay.
but
The one that maybe got hit with 2 magic missiles?
I miss.
What did you roll?
2.
Oh.
Yeah.
The moose trying to go with your whims of not killing them comes up and just runs interference, causing them pretty much to stop running forwards. And is there anything else you would like to do?
I don't have any extra spells in this situation, so
Okay.
sadly I cannot do anything.
Then we will go with Jolith, since he's up at the front as well.
Well, I also just realized that the melee weapons I will be using will be dealing thunder damage. So, can't really. But so up front, how many are they within melee range, or I still need to close that distance?
There's a bit of distance that you need to close. The moose had cleared it.
So the
Yeah.
moose moves 30 feet around, so I would assume 60 feet probably
Yep.
is where he would have met them.
Yeah. It's 2 groups of people running.
Right. Actually. Are they okay? There's a little bit of some shenaniganery going on here. Are they running forward in like enough of like a line that like there might be side by side, or are they running like
They're not like in a straight line,
okay?
but they are kind of like a staggered approach.
Okay, because I kind of want to use catapult, and I want to there'll be I want to see like is there as I'm looking, can I see an angle where my catapult might have the best chance of hitting it? Like it'll only hit the first person, but it has a chance. If it misses, it has a chance to hit other people.
You could
So
possibly get 2. That's the
okay,
best angle that you could rapidly find.
okay. What I do then is because I can choose any object within 60 feet of me, and it will fly 90 feet. So I'm moving forward. I look around. Is there like a barrel or something? Like an empty
There's
like
a crate that
an
is
empty.
just beside one of the houses.
All right. I look at it and I kind of like I line up an angle and I reach out and essentially like there's the crate kind of lights up with the same lights up with like a halo of energy that's like, the same as the purple of my suit. And I just fling it and I will try to hit and it just picks it rises in the air just slightly and then launches forward. So because this is bludgeoning damage, I will try to make this non-lethal.
Aim for the
And
head.
yep. So the first person in the way has to make a dexterity saving throw
Okay.
against 14.
They got 17 on the dice.
All right. So they're able to dodge out of the way. Second person.
8.
Perfect.
So they duck and their friend just like, huh?
Yeah. Wham! So he'll be taking 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
Damn.
Let's roll that. 15 bludgeoning damage.
He's out cold.
And then I'll just I've moved up 30 feet just to be in the way of anyone. And I'm just in like I'm in kind of like a bit of like a boxer stance.
Okay.
But it is obvious that Jolith doesn't know how to box. He's
all right, let's try this.
yeah, he's like, all right, I don't know what I'm doing, but fuck it, here we go.
And just to finish the last crew that's up in front, we will do Astra. You're still stuck at the corpse. The people haven't gone too much farther away from you.
I will try to shout at them and just kind of lift the guy's corpse up
Okay.
and tell them that they really, really need to stop. Or else.
Now, they are very distracted by the giant glowing moose and the flying boxes. But
It's true.
the one that like glances back to see you, you can see any of the color from the reflective torches he had, or from the light reflecting off his face from the torches, is just disappearing. Feel free to roll an intimidation check.
That's a 2.
Sadly, he's staring at you and just sees you holding him and you're mouthing, but the distance, you're not quite used to shouting in actual like voice. You're used to
Oh,
like
yeah, that's
mentally shouting into people's face, so you're like, I think that it's a, and all he sees is
It's a theme. These people should be scared shitless right now, but they're not.
oh, this guy is still pretty scared. But that's all you're gonna do for your round?
I'll start walking towards them, keeping an eye on the moose to make sure I'm not, like, within, like, damage range for moose. But I'll just keep dragging the body, though, which might slow me down a bit, which is fine.
It's not too much. All right, Tanzan and Uwale. Tanzan, you're at the back, so you can see that Uwale has gone off to the side. Are you still wanting to move up to the group at the front, or move over towards Uwale? You're muted.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Can I catch up to you, Wally?
Very easily. She has gone off and she
Okay.
is kind of sniping over in the side, making sure that any people that burst through.
Then I'm gonna try to catch up with you, Wale, and then I'm gonna cast invisibility on the 3 of us. The 3 of us being also Mimi.
Okay. And I assume that Uwale is willing to have invisibility cast on her? Alrighty. So you feel the magic kind of trickle over top of you and that same jello wiggle. Anyone who sees you is like, what the fuck is going on? Gone. Alrighty. And you move up to pretty close to Uwale. Uwale, you said you were watching, and I would like you to make a perception check real quick to see how far back you can see.
Pooey, that's a bad roll. That's a 6.
Okay, so you do only see the 2 people coming out, and they are beelining it for the meat hall. No one laughed at my pun.
Oh,
I heard it. I saw it. I'm gonna try and like aim to trip them. So I'm gonna aim for like feet, ankles, and try and hit them. With
Does
an
your
arrow.
grasping arrow have an area of effect, or is it?
No, it's only one person. So if I get one with grasping arrow, it's the bursting arrow that's 10 feet. Yeah.
I was just thinking about ways to stop them, but yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. That's why I'm gonna go and try and like I'm gonna try for like legs and appendages, if I can.
knees.
Yep.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Just
Alright, so you
shoot him
make a
back.
make a shot.
Okie dokie. With my longbow. Okay, that's a 12 plus 8 is 20 to hit.
20 definitely hits.
Fighters.
Remind these
1d.
bastards why they will never be adventurers.
And that's a 5 on the dice plus 8 damage for the first guy, and then you see I said I saw 2.
Yep, one in just a little further back.
I'm gonna action charge and try
Chicka.
and hit him.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, that's even better. That's a 15, so a 23
One?
to hit.
Nope. I was adding 6, sorry.
Yeah, 23 to hit.
Yep, definitely still hits.
Ooh, fuck, max damage. So 8 plus 3 is 9, 10, 11 damage.
Alrighty, these guys that you're aiming still for the lower parts, you just let loose, and then your arm just almost completely rotates around and back. The bones actually
Oh, yes!
loading the thing in.
Disgusting. I love it.
And you make that 2 arrows within a second of each other, one sailing over top. Hit. They're both injured. You've aimed for lower legs, so it's like they're definitely slowing down and weren't expecting to be shot at long distance in the middle of the night. But that's their fault for holding torches.
I think you hit my meniscus.
Now, sadly, your invisibility is dropped after that attack.
Yep.
Did you roll with advantage with your attacks?
No.
So quickly roll those just to see if you got any critical hits out of them.
Please crit one of them. Just crit their knee.
So the first one's not a crit. That is a 5. So no, all in both of them.
That's okay.
Worth the shot.
They don't even see the arrows until after they've been hit by them.
All I wanted
As-
to hear was sorry. Shattered kneecaps.
But they look down. Oh no! And look over as you jello wiggle back into existence.
Then my bonus action. Sorry, because I forgot I had a bonus action.
Okay.
For the first guy I hit, I'm gonna cast Hex. Except I think I'm too far away. How far away is
60 feet.
he? Yeah, but how far away is he?
He is still within your 150-foot range, but he is outside of 60 feet.
It's 90 feet, so it's okay. I won't
Nice.
cast Hex on him. I'll save it.
Oh, if it's within 90 feet, that's enough.
Okay, then yes, 90 feet. And I'm just like, and I look at him as I come back into visibility, and I say something in Salad that's just like real fucking insulting.
And he sees as your mouth like shifts around to make the words work.
Your father was a hamster, and your mother
Mother
smelled
smelled
of elderberry.
Yes, exactly.
Just I just feel like your jaw's distending to make these noises, and like at the same time, like your throat expands to like the burst, and it's just this horror show, and I love it.
You gotta make sure that they, hear it. Your throat's
Yeah.
gotta get big enough. As you bellow. And then the crew of loggers are coming up from behind the mead hall, and they're trying to get a crew of people just outside, and they look over and they raise their axes to you guys and just start going in and fighting these people alongside you. Alrighty, we're gonna go into the third round real quick. Who wants to go first?
Do you want to roll for it?
Well, I'm at this point. They would have close distance. Are they melee with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, one is.
One is.
One is currently stopped by the moose and did not want to get mucked by it. And the
Yeah.
other one,
How many of them
Is-
actually walked by the moose?
one.
So would he get an attack of opportunity on them?
No, he is the one furthest at the side. The two that were still there. One who is confused and is going to run away, that is stopped because he's afraid to move away. The other one could not get through.
Okay.
The one furthest away is still like running forward, very much regretting his life decisions. As Joel just walks up.
Just like, all right, guy. He's probably got like a fucking like pole arm or something like that, and I'm just coming
He's
out
got
of my
like
fist.
a beaten stick. That's it.
Yeah, it's just like I kind of looks just like, you want to do this?
I guess.
I go and I'll hit him twice because I can attack twice.
Ooh.
Yes. So first attack with my puncher. Let's see here.
Some people call that your fist.
For Jolith, no, not really. Because again, Jolith, he's not actually like, he's not a proficient fighter. So he's got a bit of the technique, but he doesn't really have any of the, he's not putting really enough force behind it. But when it connects, that's the, oh, so go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I thought I was muted.
It's when he it's so the punch is kind of light, but when he connects, there's essentially this sonic boom as the energy expands rapidly to just put a bunch of force behind his punch. The first one, 16. Does that hit?
Yep.
All right, I'll just roll both of them. Oh, second one is an 8.
8 sadly does not hit.
No, unfortunate. First one connects, and will do max damage. So that's 11 thunder damage.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
this is thunder damage.
Uh-huh.
So as you come up, you just go straight for the uppercut.
Yep.
Not really knowing the impact force of this. And you swear somewhere in the distance a bell just rung. Ding, ding, ding. As this man lies dead.
And it's
jaw,
yeah.
nose.
And it's because I was expecting him to still be up and not kill him. That's like, it goes boom and it goes, huh. Yes. As suddenly I'm just like, nope. And he just kind of like sits there and he's just like, all right. Looks around, making sure if anyone else is in. But that's his turn.
Alrighty. Next, Lucy or Astra? Who's going?
Astra
Lucy,
can go
go-
if she wants.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Lucy. Go ahead.
I don't have anything to do. I'm gonna have my moose try and hit someone, and that's it. How many people are around the moose?
2.
He's gonna hit the one on the left.
Okay.
He's gonna try a multi attack. No, it doesn't matter. It's one anyway, so I'm not gonna try the multi attack. I'm not high enough level for that yet. Okay, so 18,
Hits.
25.
Definitely.
He's going non-lethal. 12.
Now, the moose rears up and then just headbutts him straight down. Oh. And this guy collapses onto the ground, completely unconscious but alive. And then your moose turns to the next one.
Duck doing a moose and an armor man.
It like threateningly releases air from its nose.
Little fist bump between me and the moose. It touches like I fist out antler. Just like
Yeah.
Alright, Astra, unless Lucy you want to do anything. Okay?
Yeah, nothing but healing spells. Genuinely, I'm looking at my list like that's all I fucking got. So, unless you wanted to heal the bad guy.
I mean,
I'm going to, but side the way.
Okay, I've walked up with the body. We're probably at the moose at least by now.
Yep.
From my last turn? Okay. Is there still a bigger group going towards the mead hall?
They well, 2 have been shot from what you can see, and then a number of the others are being intercepted. There's a few stragglers, but it's quite a ways away.
Okay, so not within my distance. Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. I will continue to go to the mead hall to try to like help the 2 that are there. I guess I don't want to say dash action, but like
Well, you can move
Yeah, you can
and
dash.
dash.
yeah.
You're a rogue.
Do you have your bonus action dash as a rogue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can move 90 feet as opposed to when most people can only move 60 feet.
Ooh, well then yeah. I don't usually dash.
So yeah, it's you. You're like, all right, just like training, and get down, and Even though you're tired, you're like, let's do this. And even in goddamn snowshoes. And people see you just whiz by as you're like foot off something, jumping over top of a barrel to clear the distance, and you're closing in distance. All right, Tanzan and Uale. Uale and is no longer invisible. Tanzan and Mimi are still invisible. Who would like to go first?
You go ahead.
Okay. How many guys are almost at the meat hall?
There's like 8, but a number of them are beginning to become intercepted by the crew of loggers. Which you see Shanderfroth right out there shouting his glorious beard out in the wind.
It's Shanderfroth is our enemy right now, right?
Nope, he's helping protect the meat hall.
Oh, okay.
That's when you just solve the problem. Solve the problem.
What?
Things happen in the chaos of battle. Just kill him.
You could, you are invisible. You could just say Mimi went rogue. She's a wild animal.
She is. She also is invisible. How far is he from Mimi?
Not too far away.
Okay, so first I think she's gonna go up and just attack someone in that area, but like someone she doesn't recognize as a friend. So. She's gonna do a multi-attack, but she's invisible.
Yeah, so we're all at advantage.
Yeah. Okay. Both rolled 15, and then with those hit, so it's 15 plus 7 for the attack. So
Yes, definitely hit.
22. And then that's 2d8. That's a 5 and a 2. Plus 5 each. 10. 10 plus 7, 17. On just the claws. And then on the beak is d10s. So.
So I'm just going to say this. Was Mimi doing it non-lethally?
I
Quick,
don't.
Lucy. Oh wait, she's back.
I don't think she's aiming to kill. I
Okay.
think she's just aiming to
Subdue.
protect and subdue.
So this person, just from the claws alone, is knocked unconscious.
Okay.
So you can have the beak damage continue on to someone else.
Yeah. So then the beak damage is the first one. Shoot, I picked it up. Did you remember what I said for the first roll? Should I roll
You said it
again?
was 10.
So it's 2d10. Gotta roll up. For the beak, it's 1d10 plus 5, and I rolled it, but I forgot what I rolled because I picked it up.
It
Okay,
was
yeah.
8.
Okay, 8 plus 5.
No, it's
That's-
3 plus 5 is 8.
Oh yes, yep.
So that goes through, and Mimi just out of fucking nowhere claws this person unconscious, and then goes for a bite on the second.
Yep.
And last but not least, you all. Oh, Tanzin, were you doing something else as well?
And I was like,
Kenzie would like her turn.
she would. She's going to do Scorching Ray at 2nd level. No, not Scorching Ray, Magic Missile at 2nd level. And in the same direction where Mimi is. So, that's only 4 missiles, though. So, let's get these dice out here. Not so great. So, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A total of 14. But I might split it up between people. So I've got a 4, a 4, a 2, and a 1.
Yeah, and you just spread it out.
Yep.
The people that are already fighting the loggers are getting hit from the sides, from an unseen force, now seen. Now you all lay.
How do those 2 that I hit before look?
Like they really don't want to be here anymore.
Are they still going towards the mead hall, though?
No, they're turning around. Because they've been hit to the ground, basically, from your strikes.
Well, I know Lucy's going to want to talk to them, so she's going to aim her arrow at the one she hexed, and she's going to shoot non-lethally just to make him unconscious.
Okay.
18 to hit.
Definitely hits.
8 damage.
That man is unconscious. As he stares down at the arrow that is poking through his leg, he is not paying attention to the arrow that has a blunted end somehow, and dunk.
Don't you get hex damage?
That was including the hex damage. I only rolled a 1.
Great. Just curious. I just thought hex. What's your damage type for your hex?
It just says a d6.
Oh, okay.
It would add psychic damage, I think.
Necrotic. It's necrotic. I'm lying.
Well, luckily, we'll just say that the necrotic damage applied first,
Fair.
because this guy still had like 4 hit points, and the one necrotic wouldn't kill him. So he has the worst headache.
And then I'll transfer my hex to the other guy that's leaving as my subsequent bonus action.
Okay. Now, from this flurry of activity, once again, this 18 seconds, just no one seems to survive it. And by that I mean many of the people that you have knocked unconscious still remain there. Sadly, a few of the dead are dead, but the remainder, seeing that they have been completely and utterly routed, turn and run into the woods. A cheer goes up across the few loggers, and they come running up to cheer with you, including Shander Froth. You're pretty sure never swung an axe at anything besides a tree.
And the guy he murdered.
But
And I just
since
want to cast go.
unfortunately, since we have run a little long this time, we are going to end here and pick up right from here,
Ah.
post-battle, next time.